Hello guys. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to see what's going on in the world now. The tension in the Middle East is rising, and I want to see what's going on in USA, in other countries. So I'm going first for see a video from I think Piers Morgan.
You know your business better than anyone, right? So why not build an app to run it with Base 44? This
Ali Khamenei behaved.
Just one moment to see if the stream works well. One moment.
Like ISIS. I want the US government to take action against him. And I really believe this is the message of
Okay, guys. So
millions of people inside Iran.
This is classic corporate media propaganda to drive war.
Okay.
We've seen it again and again.
At least 33,000 people have been killed in Iran. It is one of the worst mass killings in contemporary world history.
Whilst respecting your right to question all the other numbers, you yourself have no idea how many people have died, do you?
It's an insult to the intelligence of the viewers that this regime change activist who is furnishing these numbers, when he calls it a Holocaust, when he would never dare call what is
and Cliss.
You are.
While the world's attention has been absorbed by the death of 2 protesters in Minneapolis, damning
Okay, Piers Morgan is not anymore in his studio. I think something happened to him. I saw a photo of him in the hospital. So now he's working from home. I don't know what happened.
new details have emerged about the scale of the atrocities amid protests in Iran. New reports this week suggest that more than 30,000 people may have died in the demonstrations and the crackdown. Iranian state media say it's more.
Okay, so it's the minimum 30,000. Actually, I think it was 36,500 people. It's the minimum people who were unfortunately killed, slaughtered by this terroristic regime. The regime in Iran, they are very oppressive, and when people came out and just peacefully protesting against the government for a better life, for a peaceful future, so they were brutally slaughtered by the government. So we'll watch it.
Like 3,000. We'll examine that disparity later in the show. But either way, it's a massive and devastating loss of human life. The big question now is whether it's massive enough to cross President Trump's red line.
This game, you're not ready.
A massive armada is heading to Iran, he posted on his Truth Social platform. It's moving quickly with great power, enthusiasm, and purpose. Like with Venezuela, it's ready, willing, and able to rapidly fulfill its mission with speed and violence if necessary. Hopefully, Iran will quickly come to the table. Well, Iranian.
But the Navy force that it's moving toward Iran is bigger than what actually U.S. Have had in Venezuela, Caribbean Sea. So now a massive army is going. I think also they are already placed in Persian Gulf.
Officials say the country is on high alert and that any attack will be the beginning of what they say would be all-out war. And the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also been building the case. He testified to the Senate on Wednesday that Venezuela was working with Iran before the US swiped Maduro, calling it a deal with the devil. So how close are we to actual war? Is it justified? Can the US and possibly Israel really topple the Iranian regime without putting boots on the ground? We have a series of expert guests lined up, and we begin with Jonathan Conricus, the former IDF Lieutenant Colonel and spokesman, and Max Blumenthal, Editor-in-Chief at The Grey Zone. Well, welcome to both of you. Jonathan, welcome back to Uncensored. There is a sentiment that's been spreading, I think, that the Iranian regime, for the first time perhaps since 1979 when it came to power, may be genuinely on the brink of potentially being toppled. Do you think that is true, or is it wishful thinking?
Hello, Piers. Happy to be back, and happy that you are back.
So I wasn't paying attention to the question.
There is a sentiment that's been spreading, I think, that the Iranian regime, for the first time perhaps since 1979 when it came to power, may be genuinely on the brink of potentially being toppled. Do you think that is true, or is it
I mean, yeah, from my point of view, absolutely true. They are in their weakest condition. So, which is obvious when you do crimes against your own people. So during years, time passes, and people more and more will lose confidence on you, and as a result, you lose your power, like your popularity, and at the end, as you saw, they started killing people, the individuals, people who wanted only a peaceful life. So they are. I think it's something that in the Western countries, many experts also are saying that now this regime is its weakest position and popularity.
Wishful thinking.
Hello, Piers. Happy to be back and happy that you are back. Wish you well. I would say that at this stage, it looks as if the Iranian regime has indeed crossed one bridge too far and butchered too many people, done it in the most atrocious and brutal way, basically mowing down civilians with machine gun fire on Iranian streets. And perhaps even more importantly, strategically speaking, not humanely speaking, they have insulted and enticed the American president by directing personal attacks against him from the official account of the so-called supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. I think the sum total...
the regime talk a lot. This is true. They are only propaganda.
Of that is that the Iranian regime finds itself at a very, very delicate moment. I agree with your skepticism. I think that unseating any autocratic dictatorship is very difficult because organizations like the Islamic Republic of Iran, like Soviet Russia, like Eastern Germany, like China, like many other totalitarian states, spend a lot of resources in trying to protect themselves from the potential enemy number one, which isn't external, it is domestic, and it is the people that they oppress. It is the same story all around the world. So it is a very difficult task. I don't think that it is possible to do by external force alone. But I think at this stage, Iranians have shown tremendous courage, bravery, resolve, and even though they were met with the most horrible and brutal tactics that I think makes Russian tactics look pale, Iranians were out on the streets and confronting mercenaries and the Basij forces and the IRGC and other thugs. And I think that if they get external help and if they get weapons, they will have the ability to overthrow that oppressive regime. But we have to remember that it's going to be a long process. It's not going to be a quick in and out. It cannot be done only by aerial power. And
this is true because in the history also, like Americans during the revolution, Americans couldn't basically win against United Kingdom. That was the biggest, the most powerful army in the world at that time. So Spanish and French people also, French governments help the revolutionary, the Americans, so they could finally defeat UK. So it is now also it's necessary because people came out, Iranian people, and they were faced against a brutal operation. So basically now if you're just going out trying to get your freedom, but on the other side they are using arms, they are using the weapons, they are using war weapons against you, so finally you don't have any magical power, so they can just kill you, eliminate you. But because of that, now US and international intervention, military intervention, is the best possible outcome, possible way to get rid of this government. So a little bit push and people can come out again in the street.
There needs to be organization on the ground, there needs to be weapons on the ground, there needs to be political support, there needs to be financial support, and these things usually are messy and protracted. They are usually not beautiful and they are not short. The outcome has the potential of being positive, maybe a dawn, a positive future for the people of Iran, no more oppression, no more crazy Islamist rule. I hope that is where the future will take us, and I can only salute the bravery of young Iranians and the Iranian people who have been out on the streets and confronting one of the most brutal regimes, unfortunately paying the price, and I can only pray that their gallant efforts will eventually free the Iranian people from this oppressive regime.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, Max Blumenthal, we've been tracking at Uncensored the prediction markets on the fate of the Iranian regime for a while now. Polymarket has an 18% chance of the Ayatollah being ousted as supreme leader by the end of February.
Oh, what is that?
The Iranian regime tracking
from this oppressive regime.
Okay, Max Blumenthal, we've been tracking at Uncensored the prediction markets on the fate of the Iranian regime for a while now. Polymarket has an 18% chance of the Ayatollah being ousted as supreme leader by the end of February, which is actually down from 47% when we first cited it 2 weeks ago. It's been spiking around, but that shows how, I guess, how unpredictable and volatile the situation is. Before we get into...
Yeah, it's not possible to predict that. No one could predict about Maduro, the president of Venezuela. I remember it was in October, and the news outlet, they said US might attack in a couple of hours or in a couple of days. But nothing happened. But finally, it was, I think, the 3rd of January. It was a Saturday. I woke up. I opened my phone to see what happened in the world. And I said, wow, Maduro was just arrested by US Army. I couldn't even believe that. So, because of that, it's not really possible to predict about the regime. Maybe Khamenei also something happened to him. We don't know.
The other stuff I'm sure you want to talk about. What's your gut feeling telling you?
His name?
And volatile. When we first cited it 2 weeks ago, it's been spiking around, but that shows how, I guess, how unpredictable and volatile the situation is. Before we get into the other stuff I'm sure you want to talk about, what's your gut feeling telling you? Do you feel this is a regime on the verge of being toppled, or is it, as we've seen many times before, actually just what people would like to happen, but the hard, cold reality on the ground is very different?
Well, I'm not really Polymarket better. The sites, investors, Don Jr. and Peter Thiel aren't exactly trustworthy figures, and neither are the casualty statistics that were cited in the intro, which seem to be exhibition of desperation on the part of the forces that want to bomb Iran, specifically the government that Jonathan Conricus served, which has Donald Trump by the short and curlies thanks to his top donor, Israeli cutout Miriam Adelson. 30,000 dead was introduced, this phony statistic by a lobbyist for...
No, it's not a lobbyist. It's actually he's the lobby, it seems, by telling the lies. And by the way, the number is the minimum. The starting point is that. So we, Iran went into blackout. The internet was shut down, and the phone lines also it was cancelled. People couldn't even call to each other, especially from outside of the country. So government did that to hide its crime. And there are many videos how people can just sell their soul and come on the show and say a bunch of propaganda lies.
Reza Pahlavi, the clown prince based in Potomac, Maryland, who is personally calling for bombing Iran now after he called for Iranians to go and kill government workers, to kill government media
What?
workers, and to carry out violence in their own country. And following these regime change riots, 750 banks were destroyed, 350 mosques were destroyed, much of it on camera, 250 bus stations. And yes, thousands were killed. The Mossad.
Oh my God. About the mosque in general, there's interesting point to mention. Uh, you know, first of all, in the totalitarian regimes, especially if they are religious, they are not using like mosques as a place for praying God. They are using it as a military base. Like in Iran, the mosques, they have also a base which called Basij, and the role of Basij is like is a branch of Guardian of Revolution. So their job is to controlling people. To if a manifestation happen, they organize their forces there. They are like spies in each neighborhood. So their jobs is basically oppressing people. So mosques are not being used for as a neutral place for just praying toward God. Is actually is a place in the dictatorships to gathering their forces, which happened also during these manifestations. Another point to mention is about the president, the former president, Ahmadinejad, who said that during a couple of years there was another manifestation, and he was saying basically that the security forces, they would send their agents into the population, and they would try to put on fire like mosques, like banks, like the different places, to create a chaos to justify the action of oppressing forces. Because the government would come and say, "Oh, look, the protesters are violent. They are attacking the places. They're destroying like mosques, like supermarkets and everything." But actually, it was the governments who were doing that to justify the violence actions that the government would take.
The Israeli intelligence assassination force took credit for these riots, not only on their Farsi language Twitter account where they said, "We are walking alongside you," but through Channel 14 correspondent Tamir Morag, who said that our involvement in these riots has driven the body count, and we're responsible for so many of those body bags you see in morgues. So the question is, what was the point of these riots, which were heavily coordinated, according to many Iranian witnesses, which, yes, did target Basij unarmed guards. You see them being beaten to death on camera by small mobs. And did Iran have the right to restore security to their citizens? Would the U.S. have tolerated this kind of violence in its streets? The point of these riots was to provide a bridge between the 12-day war in which Israel failed in its unprovoked assault and a new assault on Iran in order to close the Iran file, which they've been unable to do. And I really appreciate the honesty of this debate, because it's me, an American opponent of my country, going into a war which does not serve our national interest, in which American service members from Spokane to Portland, Maine, would be killed for the interests of the self-proclaimed Jewish state. And I'm going up against someone who is a former Israeli soldier who personally participated in the destruction of the Al-Shifa hospital in the Gaza Strip. So I'm glad that it's all clear for everyone to see who wants this war and who doesn't. Because
Okay, I like that how these people come and take a humanitarian position while he talked about like hospitals. There was another point, and there was also videos that security forces, they went to the hospitals, they kidnapped the injured Protestants, they would even kill them in the hospitals or outside of the hospitals. That's the very frequent. It happens in different cities. So he don't talk about anything about that. He just a propagandist, and he tried to. I don't know how he think. I don't know if he has any relationship to. I don't know, to the lobbyist of this regime, or even like some Arab states in the Persian Gulf, like Qatar, also Turkey. I don't know, but what he's saying is basically is giving the narration of the regime.
As many of the Iranians that I know inside Iran may not agree with their government, but they don't want to be bombed, and they also don't want to be sanctioned. And we should also acknowledge that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at Davos, the World Economic Forum, boasted that U.S. sanctions, which have devastated the Iranian public and plummeted its currency, were responsible for these protests, which started out peacefully, turning into riots. He took personal credit for the violence.
So it's saying he again is trying to change the reality. So first of all, no Iranian wants that another country attack and bombard them. No one wants that in any countries. But when the regime start killing their own people in the absolutely astonishing number, like 36,000 in 2 days, per day 80,000, and this is the minimum number. We will figure it out. What is the real number maybe in future? I don't know. But when that happened, actually in a country, the regime is the enemy inside the country. So people want help from international organizations, other countries, to use R2P. R2P is it was, I think, from 2005 in United Nations, that it's considered an humanitarian action that countries do against a country that the regime is start killing their own people, for stopping the massacre. So like in Venezuela also, they tried many times to peacefully change the governments in the elections, in the protesting, but the totalitarian regime have they have the same method. They answer brutally to the people's demand, and as usual they steal the elections. So they wouldn't put any options for people to achieve their goal in a peaceful way, like Bashar Assad in Syria. So if what like US did in Venezuela, the Venezuelans came out and they were very happy in Venezuela and also in other countries, the immigrants. So the situation is similar in Iran. People were slaughtered by the government, by the regime. So now they need help. They want that. They want US help and other free world countries to come and supporting them.
The Mossad has taken credit for the violence, and the only thing left now is to bomb, because the riots have ended and security has been restored, but there's no plan B after the bombing.
Before I go to Jonathan to respond to what you've been saying, I'm curious if you believe those figures that we cited as being reported are so wrong. How many people were killed?
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. There's and many more. Scan the QR code. It's the best 70%.
I said that here, Amir thousand.
The code PEERS.
As I said, the 30,000 dead is sourced to one single figure, Amir Parasta, who is a lobbyist for Reza Pahlavi, the self-proclaimed crown prince, and that was printed in the Times of London, an MI6 adjacent paper by Christina Lamb, who's responsible for so many of the October 7th atrocity deceptions. There's another figure out there, 16,500, printed by Barry Weiss's CBS News, which is there to launder misinformation.
I understand all this, but what's your understanding? Just to be clear, I mean, look, Christina Lamb is one of the best foreign correspondents I've ever worked with. So, but okay, your opinion and mine are different about Christina Lamb. But here's my point. It doesn't really matter. My point is, if all these figures are wrong, you're speaking clearly, you believe, from some authority about them being wrong. So how many have been killed?
What I'm saying is these figures are unsourced. CBS does not have any sourcing.
This is source, and it's not only them that they are talking about. There are like leaked information from like presidents and also the Security Council of Iran, because their forces, they have to report to the governments. So when governments receive it, there are always people who are against what the regime did. So they leaked this information, these reports to the news outlets, and this is not an imaginary number. It's the minimum that the governments know, but according to the report, this is the minimum because they are of a situation that they cannot even, they don't have the numbers, the real numbers. So other humanitarian groups also are checking, are talking with families, are getting the reports from hospitals, from doctors, from nurses. So the reports are widely correct, and all from all different resources, they are giving the same result. Not the exact number, but the minimum number, they are being confirmed.
Christina Lamb does
but
not
what is your understanding of how many have been killed?
My understanding, it could be thousands. If the government says 3,000, that's a lot of people, and we also know that.
Look, such a liar. He says there are 3,000, so that's a lot of people. So I believe the terrorists, the number that terrorists declare it. Wow.
So these numbers could be correct, is what you're saying.
The central marketplace in Rasht was burned to the ground by riots, and over 20,000 children were murdered.
But Max, my point is,
these numbers are there.
But Max, my point is,
but these numbers
I just want you to. I want you to. No, Max, my point is, if I may finish, I just want you to. I want you to concede that whilst respecting your right to question all the other numbers, you yourself have no idea how many people have died, do you?
If you concede that you do not know how many were killed by Mossad-backed rioters, then I would be happy to concede that. But unlike Christina Lamb, who does not know and is relying on a lobbyist for the crown prince who is calling to bomb Iran and is backed by Israel, this is classic corporate media propaganda to drive war.
Okay.
We've seen it.
The crown prince was supported by people of Iran. When he asked that people come out on the street and exert their freedom, millions of people all around the country, in the small cities, in the big cities, in the villages even, they come out. They came out, and they, in a peaceful manner, they expressed themselves. There are many photos. People came there are many videos that people came with their family, with their child. So the crown prince is not just a crown prince. He's the leader of this movement, whether he likes or not.
Again and again.
Okay, let me go to Jonathan. Look, Jonathan, we don't know how many people have been killed. And all we do know is it is thousands. It's just a question of how many thousands. Whatever the number is, it's been horrific. But Max Blumenthal's key position here is this is all on Israel. It's all an extension of the 12-day war.
No, that's not my position that it's all on Israel. But Israel has taken credit in part.
Okay.
And Jonathan represents
how much of it do you think?
The criminal force that has taken credit for it.
Okay. You've clarified that. Jonathan, your response.
Yeah, once I had an interesting conversation when I served at the UN on behalf of Israel. I had an interesting conversation with a Pakistani general, a 2-star general, senior guy, and he asked me some of the most ridiculous questions about how does the Mossad control the political system in Pakistan. And I asked him, like, really, you're asking me, you think that the Mossad controls Pakistan? And he gave me a lot of examples of why he thinks that is the case. And me being...
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. But for real, anything happen in the world, there are always some people, they say, oh, these Jews, they are Israelis who are behind that. It's not only in today's world, but in the history also. Anything that happened, they said, oh, Jews were involved somehow.
I didn't, tell him that is so far from reality, and not only does the Mossad not have the resources or the ability, but it has very limited interest in Pakistan. I actually thank Max for what he's saying, because it's important for Israel's enemies to believe that the Mossad is this ever-powerful global organization that can reach and penetrate everywhere and start revolutions and topple regimes. I have no issue with a crazy fringe person like Max saying that, because I think that it's important for our enemies to fear us, and if they believe that Mossad can do this, I'm totally okay with it. Whether it's true or not, we'll have to wait and see. I actually don't believe that Israel has the ability to do so. Now, if we put fantasies and conspiracy theories aside, I know that you, Max, you deal with conspiracies, and that's your number one currency, especially when it's about hating Israel. I want to focus really on how the Iranian people has...
I mean, I didn't know Max. I don't know what is his name and what is his job, but yeah. This is true. It's the first time that I see this guy, and it's clear he has some conspiracy theories. He's just a propagandist, and who just he opens his mouth and split lies.
Been abandoned. How, the deafening silence of so-called progressives, so-called people who care about human rights, people that were out marching in colors with gusto and spraying graffiti on monuments in the US and vandalizing streets in the UK and chanting slogans from the river to the sea, all allegedly because things had happened to the Palestinians and because of a lot of fake news, and claiming that they cared about human lives. Where are those same people, part of your crowd, Max, where are those same people when it comes to Iranian peaceful civilians that were butchered by their own regime? Why doesn't it matter when Iranians are murdered? Why does it only matter when Arabs get killed in conflict by Israelis? Why is there such a deafening silence? Why are there no sit-downs in universities? Why are there no condemnations? Why do all of the self-claimed armchair champions of human rights like you and others who never bothered to step foot in a war zone or actually do something but sit in comfort in air-conditioned areas? Why was there no outcry?
Yeah, this is a good question. I don't know where are the left? Where is the left? Where are the people who were shouting about human rights, about people's life, and for many months they were in the universities or in the Western countries. They were shouting for supporting the humanitarians, and so the question is that where are they? Because if Israelis, I hear that statistic that during like if you accept the statistic that the number of people who were died during Israel's attack, if you accept that the number that Hamas gave, I hear that it would be like per day 90 people were killed. So in just 2 days, they killed a minimum in Iran, the regime in Iran, they killed 80,000 per day. So they, in 2 days, they did a absolutely astonishing massacre in the history, at least in the contemporary history, because I don't know even before the World War II there was any this kind of actions that government kill its own people on the street. But if we just take the from after World War II, it doesn't exist, this number in 2 days. They are absolutely like some other disgusting regimes who killed their people, but it wasn't it was like during a long period of time. It wasn't in 2 days the same situation. It doesn't exist.
I was in Gaza in 2014 and saw the serial slaughter that you carried out. And you've called me a conspiracy theorist, and you've tried to claim
I
the
think
moral
you're a ridiculous purveyor in lies and anti-Semitism. That's what I think you are. You're unfortunately a person who has a stage to do it. But I think that you are a ridiculous and pitiful person that peddles in anti-Semitism. You're dangerous. You're reckless. You spread
You are a walking
lies,
anti-Semitic stereotype.
You represent nothing.
You're a walking representation
you
of
represent nothing.
Jonathan is putting the con in Enriquez.
You represent nothing. You're fake.
And this is such an
and the
important
fact
debate.
that you spent the
like
first part
World War II era
of your
debate
time
between
to
an
shield
opponent of
for
Germany
the Iranian
invading
regime,
Poland and an
the fact
Einsatzgruppe
that you spent
commander.
the first time of your speech to shill for the Iranian regime tells anybody what you are and what you stand for. You're here taking the side, not
You're
of
a
the
literal.
freedom.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I agree with him. I agree with Jonathan about how he described that ridiculous person.
War criminal, Jonathan.
Iranian people,
Jonathan, you
you're taking the side
in the destruction
of
of
an
hospitals in the
oppressive
Gaza
regime.
Strip. You're a literal war criminal.
I haven't destroyed anything. The only
MRI
people
wing
that have
of Al-Shifa
destroyed are
Hospital
Hamas.
on camera. You are responsible.
No, the only people
for
that
the
have
rape
destroyed
and murder
infrastructure
of
in Gaza,
Dr.
those who
Adnan
are
Birch, who was
responsible
kidnapped
for it,
from
Okay,
are
Al-Shifa
Hamas.
don't talk over each other. Can we bring it back?
I've
All right,
never
look,
heard
let's
anyone.
cut the. All right, let's cut the ad hominem for a moment and let's keep
That's
it back
not ad
to
hominem.
Iran.
Those are facts. These are. It
All right,
is
well,
a
you've
fact.
both been.
No, nothing you say is
Okay,
fact. Nothing you
fact
say
that
is
you're a
fact.
war
You
criminal.
peddle
Let's
lies and
bring it back
conspiracy
to-
theories.
Jonathan,
I want to bring it
in
back
a
to.
just world,
I want to
you'd
bring
be in
it
a
back to
supermax
Iran,
prison
please.
with kosher soap on a rope on your hand. You would be in
Okay,
prison. You're
you've
a
made your
literal
point.
war criminal, calling me a conspiracy
Okay.
theorist. I've never
Right.
heard
You
anyone.
both made
you're a
your.
nobody.
You
participated
both
in the
made.
destruction of
All right,
hospitals
listen. You've
and
made your
Borat-style
feelings.
propaganda in
You
Gaza.
made your feelings about each other. All right, listen. You made your feelings about each other very clear. Let's try and get it back to the debate, which is about Iran. Max, Donald Trump, we know what he did in Venezuela. The same aircraft carrier, Abraham Lincoln, is now on its way steaming towards Iran. Trump says it's moving quickly with great power, enthusiasm, and purpose. Like with Venezuela, it's ready, willing, and able to rapidly fulfill its mission with speed and violence if necessary. Hopefully, Iran will quickly come to the table and negotiate a fair and equitable deal, no nuclear weapons, one that's good for all parties. Time is running out. As I told Iran once before, make a deal. He may not be kidding here, Trump. We saw what he did with Maduro. It would be a lot harder to try and decapitate the leadership and take out, say, the Ayatollah.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys, I saw other day the map. So if we go to Caracas, okay, I'm saying, okay, Google Map. Venezuela. Okay, Caracas. So what's here? So it's the capital. And so you can see here is the Caribbean Sea. So the U.S. naval force was placed very close to the Caracas, so it was easy for them to come to this city to arrest him. So it's because you can see there isn't like much distances, but if we go to Tehran, so in Tehran is the capital of Iran, so you can see basically they are in Persian Gulf, their forces. So if they want to go to Tehran, it's very far from the north, so they don't have any access. Is the Caspian Sea, so it's Russia and other countries. If they want, they should. You can see it's difficult for them if they want to do the same mission, to capture like Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. If they want to do the same thing, it's basically there are many technicality. Logistically, it's very difficult. Yeah, the only way I think they come from Iraq, Syria, Iraq, because I don't think Turkey will let them to do that. So only from this distance, but it's very difficult.
But certainly, if it comes to a street fight between the American military and Iran, then the Americans would win with overwhelming power and speed, I would imagine. So how seriously should we be taking this threat from Trump?
Here we go again.
For the cameras, before the ceremony, before history is made, every detail inside of the First Lady herself. We're behind closed doors, 3:30.
Why can't I make any changes without an admin approval? Why?
With Monday.com's intuitive.
Well, I'm not going to get into military analysis. I'll allow the former Einsatzgruppen commander to do that. But what I am going to say is...
Max, you're ridiculous. You're just undermining the little legitimacy that you have by calling me that. You're just a ridiculous small person.
Du bist ein Kriegskriminal.
You're just a ridiculous, small, self-hating Jew. I mean, you're ridiculous. Even that you could think that would be amusing or relevant.
You know that Dr. Adnan
Answer the question. Just answer the question, please.
Go on. If you could answer the question, Max, without getting me in the issue, if you could focus on the topic at hand,
am I allowed to
that would be pretty conducive for the interview.
Am I allowed to speak now?
Oh, come on.
Thank you.
Please, for God's sake.
You know, in a just world, you would be in a supermax prison with kosher soap on.
All right, Max, you don't have to keep saying the same thing. You've made your point. Why don't you try and answer the question?
He cuts me off every single time. Donald Trump.
You attacked him.
Well,
just answer the
call
question.
me names. I'm not going to sit there and wait for you to say silly things, Max. So answer the question.
I want you to do what I originally did. I asked you a question. Sorry, don't talk over each other. Just to be clear, Max, I asked you the question. You chose to then personally attack Jonathan again. So now I ask you to answer my question. It's quite straightforward.
Okay. In 2017, Donald Trump shredded the Iran deal, which was designed to prevent Iran from enriching uranium. Iran never received the benefits it was supposed.
Oh my God. It's ridiculous. I mean, the nuclear negotiation agreement that they signed basically was freezing the development of enriching the uranium. But there was a point. The regime in Iran is not just doing that. They didn't, first of all, they didn't destroy their plan. They just stopped it to gain more money. So what have they done with that money? They use it to create and to empowering their terroristic groups like Houthis. It's another brutal regime in Yemen. Hezbollah in Lebanon. So basically, Hezbollah is much more stronger than the Lebanese army, and they get much more money than them. Like I think it was a statistic that each soldier in, I don't know which level, but the equivalence level, equal level. So in Lebanese army, they get $240 approximately, but in Hezbollah they get more than $2,000, 2,000 and something. So they have a very good life, and $2,000 is a lot. $2,000 in Lebanon, in Middle East, it's a lot that they are getting that money. And how would they get the money? The regime of Iran pay them and give them arm. And some other groups in Iraq. There are many groups, and also Hamas in Gaza. Beside that, they were also investing on the missiles program. The missiles program is not something for defending the country. It's only everything that the regime do basically is defending themselves. They use for themselves against their own people too. So, and it's the same thing. It's like a characteristic of the totalitarian regimes. Venezuela do the same thing. Cuba do the same thing. China, Russia. So everything that they make, it's for their leader or president, their lifetime president.
Supposed to under the Iran deal. And then in the midst of negotiations again under the second Trump administration, Donald Trump greenlit an unprovoked Israeli assault on Iran in which senior commanders were killed, nuclear scientists were assassinated, and yes, Mossad cells inside Iran were activated to wreak havoc and carry out car bombings in typical satanic fashion. And this is the lesson that Iran has been given. Commanders were killed, nuclear scientists assault on Iran in which senior commanders were killed, nuclear scientists were assassinated, and yes, Mossad cells inside Iran were activated to wreak havoc and carry out car bombings in typical satanic fashion. And this is the lesson that Iran has been given ever since it entered into negotiations, which is that it's always punished with war.
If there is a satanic regime, is this regime in Iran. They are satanic and their actions is satanic.
Or after it negotiates away its deterrence. And this goes back decades. Let's consider that in 1988, the U.S. Navy, the USS Vincennes, downed an Iranian airliner, Iran Air 655, killing 290 people. And what did George H.W. Bush say about that? He said, "I don't care what the facts are. When America is attacked, America is always right." We've seen dozens of nuclear scientists assassinated by Mossad cells inside Iran. Iran is surrounded by U.S. military bases. It's been under sanctions that have explicitly denied it the ability to even feed its own citizens. Rudy Giuliani, who is supposed to be a guest here, who has been a paid asset for the People's MEK organization, spoke in 2018 at a People's MEK event, and he said that Iran, he celebrated that people in Iran are now selling their organs because of sanctions. So the forces that are arrayed against Iran don't care about the Iranian people. All they care about is taking out an independent state and stealing its oil and preventing it from supporting Palestine.
No, it's ridiculous. So what's saying? He's just splitting a bunch of propaganda and nonsense phrases. So the idea that the sanctions hurting Iranian people, this is true, but guys, we should analyze it, and he should have analyzed it if he was honest. So the regime, every money that he gets, it's not investing a better life for Iranian people. So basically, since they come into power, the situation went toward the bad conditions for Iranian people since 1979. And whenever they get money, they investing on equipments for oppressing people, on their terroristic groups, on their missiles program, nuclear program, to stabilize just their power. No, it's not for people. People actually are the hostages of this regime. This is true that when the sanctions happened, so the regime get less money. So with that less money, he has less options for investing. And people will see also the consequences, because for paying for their groups, they should use more money, the money that it was supposed for the people. So they get it to give them to their groups. So they do not stop helping and investing on their programs, on their satanic programs. So absolutely, it gets a lot of pressure for Iranian, but the reason of that pressure is because of the regime. So if the regime if they would be a normal regime, just even if they are totalitarian, there are many totalitarian regimes that they do a service to their people. They do not do even that. Even there is a electricity problem, there is a water problem. There is shortage of water, and as a consequence, a shortage of electricity. Even in Tehran, the capital, other cities, the situation is even worse. The air pollution is huge, and they haven't done anything during these years to improve it even a little bit. It's not improving, not at all, but actually it's getting worse with a higher speed. So we are facing these kind of regimes like North Korea, like Venezuela. 8 million people of Venezuelans had to leave the country, and they had to get refugee in other places. They had to immigrate. So with these regimes, is the only options. Unfortunately, there aren't many options. So people should try to manifest their feelings, manifest what they want, but these totalitarians do not listen to them. So whether people can get rid of them by themselves peacefully, or it is necessary that others play a role, like free countries. Europe, it's very disappointing what they have been doing these years, but USA, they have their interests, so maybe they just take some actions, but we will see.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
all right, Jonathan.
All right. Yeah, I think we should focus really on the matter at hand here. I'd offer my assessment. I think that the US will strike. And yes, I support it. And I think that it would be the beginning of the end of a horrible regime that exports terrorism, that deals in violence, that has destabilized several countries in the Middle East, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, to name a few. They've tried in Jordan. They haven't been very successful, but they've tried in Jordan as well. And they have indirectly brought about the destruction of the Gaza Strip by providing weapons and money to Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. All of that is the work of the Quds Force and the Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC. And it is a country, a regime that has an outspoken official goal to annihilate my country. That is an official goal of the Islamic Republic of Iran. They have it on posters in Palestine Square in eastern Tehran, and their leaders occasionally have said it. That is what they aspire to do. So I think it's pretty okay and understandable that I, as an Israeli, would like for that regime to be relegated to the dustbin of history and for another benign and positive regime to take control over that country. I have no business, no Israeli has any business in governing Iran or controlling what happens. Our business is defending ourselves. And we, unfortunately, have been at the receiving end of an indirect war of aggression waged by the Islamic Republic of Iran against Israel. There's 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers between Iran's western border and Israel's border, yet we find ourselves surrounded by Iranian proxies. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza, various Palestinian terror organizations in Judea and Samaria or the West Bank that get Iranian funding, and all of the clues and all of the trails lead back to Iran. That is where the money comes from. That is where the political guidance comes from. And I think that there's a direct connection here between what the Islamic Republic of Iran has been doing with the little resources they have, instead of investing in the Iranian people, instead of managing their water system, their electrical system, controlling their resources, instead of building an economy, they have been squandering it on the fake goal of expanding the revolution, supporting proxy organizations, and wreaking havoc in the Middle East. And as a consequence, one of the consequences is that the Iranian people are today suffering because of the abysmal mismanagement of national assets at the hands of Khamenei and the IRGC. Mismanaging water, mismanaging oil and gas is what they have done. Has nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with anything else. It is corruption and mismanagement that has brought that country down to its knees. But I will tell you one thing. I think there's one American president that hasn't so far gotten the credit that he deserves for actually starting the process that we now see come to a peak, and that is President Obama. In his first term, he was actually the first US president that under his authority, a real and credible sanctions and economic warfare process started. We all speak about President Trump now. Will he attack or will he not attack? But I think that if we roll back and look at how this process started, how the weakening of the oppressive Islamic regime really started, it started with effective economic sanctions that the US started under President Obama. And I don't.
Yeah, that's true. It was during Obama that heavy sanctions in United Nations were approved. The interesting part, because it's the Security Council of United Nations, and in that area, in that place, countries have the veto rights, 5 countries. But the main one is China and Russia. So it's interesting that even China and Russia, they didn't veto the plan, the sanctions plan. So I believe that even these regimes, they knew, even they are totalitarian, usually totalitarian regimes, they support each other, but they knew that the Iranian regimes are bad player. Although that their real goal is to change in the world order, but at minimum at that time they realized that maybe it's better they just approve the sanction.
I don't know if his security advisors, people like Ben Rhodes or others who I've heard them shill for the Iranian regime and criticize the current US president, I don't know if they're happy about it, but I definitely, you won't hear me say a lot of positive things about the Obama administration's Mideastern policies, especially not regarding Iran. This topic, I think, is important, and I think we should give credit to Obama's first presidency for doing just that and setting into motion what we are seeing today.
It turns out that there are 2 fundamental ways of looking at the world, and I think we picked the wrong one.
Oh,
If the risk
Peter
of
Stone.
life is death and evil, then you need a map that shows you the way that justifies that risk. How do you pay attention to what
Peter
you don't
Stone's a
understand?
part of me. I hope he's doing well, because I heard during the summer I think he has a health problem. It was serious, and I don't know what is his situation now, but his daughter said that if there is any improvement, she will come and she would make a video about it. But I think the critical period has passed, I think. But still, the situation is not very stable. I hope that everything goes well with him. I like Peter Stone. He's a good man.
That's a complicated problem. But if the world is made out of order and chaos, then you...
Okay, back with my panel in a moment, but I want to return to the issue of those casualty figures and bring in an expert, Dr. Payam Okovan. He's an Iranian-born human rights lawyer, former special advisor on genocide to the prosecutor of the ICC. Well, welcome to you, Dr. Okovan. A lot of Iranian-born casualty figures and bring in an expert, Dr. Payam Okovan. He's an Iranian-born human rights lawyer, former special advisor on genocide to the prosecutor of the ICC. Well, welcome to you, Dr. Okovan. A lot of conjecture about exactly how many people may have been killed in the regime's counter-attacks on the protesters. What is your best estimate for what we may be looking at in terms of casualty numbers?
Thank you, Piers. On January 23rd, we received a report based on compilation of clinical and forensic evidence, raw data provided by medical doctors at clinics, at morgues in Iran, and based on conservative statistical estimates, at least 33,000 people have been killed in Iran during a period of just a few days. And the images of the black body bags piling up in morgues at the notorious Kahrizak location in Tehran and elsewhere throughout the country. This is like Iran's Holocaust. And I don't use that word lightly, because the Babi Yar massacre, which was the biggest extermination of Jews outside Kiev, involved the killing exactly of 33,000 people. It's a coincidence that we have the same number, but even that number is conservative, because we have accounts of morgues running out of body bags, of refrigerator trucks taking bodies and dumping them in mass graves, which is what Iran has done in the past, also including in 1988 at the end of the Iran-Iraq War, when some 5,000 leftist political prisoners were executed. So the number...
Yeah, this regime has a long history against humans.
Is likely to be significantly more, and the killings haven't stopped. And I was a UN prosecutor during the Yugoslav War. The Srebrenica genocide involved the killing of 8,000 Bosnian Muslims during a 20-day period. By comparison, Iran has killed 4 times the number in half the time. So this is not just the worst mass killing in the contemporary history. 20-day period of 8,000 Bosnian Muslims during a 20-day period.
20 days period. Unbelievable. 20 days, they killed 8,000, but they killed minimum 36,000 during 2 days. Because, by the way, before that 2 days, before and after that also, they killed people. Just we are mainly saying about that 2 days. So we don't know yet how is the real number during the, because since a couple of weeks the manifestation started, but that 2 days they started a big massacre.
Comparison, Iran has killed 4 times the number in half the time. So this is not just the worst mass killing in the contemporary history of Iran. It is one of the worst mass killings in contemporary world history, and it must be treated as such.
I've seen you use the phrase that the government, the Iranian regime, is exterminating its own people. and that there is a distinction between that phraseology and the word genocide. Can you just explain from your expert position what the distinction is, albeit obviously they're very similar territory, but what is from a legal point of view, what is the difference, for example?
Thank you, Piers. In 1945, the Nuremberg Charter defined crimes against humanity, which were mass atrocities, one of which was the crime of extermination. Extermination is the systematic killing of civilian population, mass murder, if you like. Genocide, which was then defined under a convention adopted by the UN in 1948, 3 years after the Nuremberg Charter, really is aimed at national, racial, religious, or national groups. So here you have a situation where the mass murder is not necessarily against a minority, it's against the majority. The Iranian people are the victims of the mass murder, which is why legally extermination is the more appropriate term. And if I may just explain, there are indications that the shoot to kill orders are coming from the Supreme Leader Khamenei. And there is an interview in which the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Mohseni Ejei, is saying that the protesters are combatants. We're in a state of war, which basically means that they are fair game, that you can have snipers and security forces with Kalashnikovs just massacring protesters because...
Just to say something, they are basically saying, the government, that the people who just manifesting against them, they are against God. They are fighting against God. So in that case, basically the punishment for that is death penalty.
They are not innocent protesters, they're combatant. That you can have snipers and security forces with Kalashnikovs just massacring protesters because they are not innocent protesters, they're combatants. And that is really a glimpse of the mentality of this regime and the way it treats its own people.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where...
And finally, what is your assessment of the fragility or otherwise of this Iranian regime right now? The Ayatollah, many people feel it is at a tipping point which it's never been at before. Others point to a number of uprisings in the past that were quashed and they carried on in power. What is your sense about where we are with this?
Well, Piers, I'm a human rights lawyer, not a political analyst, but I do believe that it is exceedingly difficult for the Islamic Republic to rule indefinitely through mass violence and terror. In the long term, there must be some legitimacy, there must be some viability.
That's true. I don't know how they are thinking about the future. You cannot just start a war against your own people. You need a minimum, at least a minimum of legitimacy between your, if you are people to rule. How you can rule your people, you rule a country when the citizen of the country hate you. That's terrible. These regimes are very, like I say, egoist. They are very, their world vision is very narrow. In Venezuela, it was something that I was surprised. It was the fact that Maduro's security guards, the president of Venezuela, were actually Cubans. So Cuba basically gives the Maduro security forces for protecting the president and also oppressing Venezuelans. And Venezuela, instead, they gave them cheap price oil.
A government has to be able to meet the basic needs of its people. And I don't think the Iranian people will ever forget what has happened to their brothers and sisters in these past days. There is no forgetting, there is no going back. But at the same time, I am very concerned that in order to stay in power, in order to survive, the Islamic Republic will kill as many people as it needs to. And this is because of this fanatical ideology, which believes that you must sacrifice as many lives as are necessary to protect a government which, at least its more fanatical leaders believe, represents God on earth. So I'm afraid that we may have dark days ahead, which is why it's essential for the world community not to forget the people of Iran and to condemn the mass killings that have been committed in the past days.
That's true, because if a regime can kill thousands of people, tens of thousands, do you think they have any problem to kill hundreds of thousands or millions of people? No, they can kill as many as necessary, as is necessary to staying in power. Like in Bashar Assad, the former president of Syria, he started a civil war for being in power. So and he killed around 600,000 people. Many people were killed just to stay in power, and finally, he had to leave the country. He fell. But you know, the country was basically destroyed. Many years is needed that the country to be rebuilt, and many atrocities were committed. Oh my God, by these forces, by the regime forces. So hope this is important that finally the free world, the countries that are democratic, take actions against these kind of regimes.
And before I go to Max Blumenthal again, who's on our panel, who doesn't believe these casualty numbers, what is your message directly to people like him who think these numbers are massively inflated?
Well, I simply think that whatever ideologies we have, if we believe in universal human rights, then it shouldn't matter who the victims are, Israeli, Palestinian, Iranian. We're dealing with tens of thousands of young people who are simply protesting because they want a better future. These protests are nothing new. They have occurred throughout the 50-year history of the Islamic Republic. They've always been met with violent repression. And I think that we need to stand with the people of Iran. We are not foolish enough to think that the foreign powers are not pursuing their own interests, but that does not justify mass murder against the people of Iran.
But on that point, Dr. Okhurvan, the numbers themselves, Max Blumenthal will simply say these have all come from dubious sources. He doesn't believe them. He thinks they're massively inflated. What is your response to that before he says it?
Well, I've been a human rights lawyer, UN prosecutor for 35 years. I'm not a propagandist. And I gave you the sources of the numbers. We have people in clinics, in morgues throughout Iran that have compiled statistics. And a statistician can also extrapolate from the raw data a conservative estimate, which in this case is 33,000 killed as of January 23rd, and the killings haven't stopped. And we now have the accounts of bodies that are simply being dumped in mass graves, which means that 33,000 would probably be a significant underestimation. And the images coming out of Kahrizak of the black body bags, hundreds and hundreds of black body bags, is just one glimpse of the scale of this mass murder. So I really think that we should not be playing politics with the precious lives of human beings, and we need to think seriously about the people of Iran, not whatever ideology we're playing with. And I must say that it is deeply, deeply insulting when people for whatever ideological posture that they have, try to underestimate or minimize this horrific nightmare that we are going through. We are a deeply, deeply traumatized people within the country, within the diaspora, and we need to listen to the voices of the people who've lost their children rather than political pundits and their games.
Dr. Ocavan, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you, Piers.
Okay, let's go back to the panel. Max Bloom.
No, that was a very good conversation with him.
I could hear you laughing in the background there. What was so funny about that?
Accusing us of playing political games when that's exactly what's taking place here on this program. And it's an insult to the intelligence of the viewers that this regime change activist who is furnishing numbers provided by the monarchist network, which is calling for the bombing of Iran, furnishing these numbers when he calls it a Holocaust, when he would never dare call what Israel did in the Gaza Strip, where it wiped Gaza off the map and killed tens of thousands of children. He would never call that a Holocaust. There would never be this kind of sanction applied to Israel, and that really exposes the double standards here. I provided you with the source of that 30,000. It is
30,000. Oh my God.
Is the double standards here. I provided you with the source of that 30,000. It is Amir Parasta, a lobbyist for Reza.
He himself is a lobbyist. He's saying a bunch of lies. Oh my God, how people can be so delusional. Or I think delusional can be a good word, because I don't think he's really delusional. He knows the reality, but he tries, I believe, to dismiss the reality for his agenda. Look at him.
Pahlavi. And I don't care if this guy hides behind the UN or some fake credential. It's obvious what he is doing. He's doing the same thing that we've been subjected to in Libya, when we were told that Gaddafi was supplying his soldiers with Viagra, when we were told that Assad violated the red line, when we were told that Saddam Hussein was taking Kuwaiti babies off their incubators, and it turned out the Kuwaiti ambassador paid for that entire PSYOP. We are being subjected to another regime change PSYOP in order to distract us from the Holocaust of our time that was just committed before our very eyes. And here's one thing that your guest will not acknowledge, which is that the riots that took place in Iran killed hundreds of police officers, hundreds of unarmed guards.
Oh, really? Oh, according to who? To the regime. Wow. I don't know why he lives in United States. He can just go and live in Iran beside the regimes, and I think he will have a good place between them.
Billions, 750 banks were destroyed. 350 mosques were burned. Mosques were burned on camera. Anyone watching this can see footage of mosques being burned. The Abbas.
Yeah, as I said, in many cases, they are the regime's agents. They are doing that to justify violence against the peaceful protesters. And this is one of the reasons. And another reason, another thing that is worth mentioning is the fact that the mosques and these places are not being used for the praying to God. They are worshiping God. They are there for organizing their forces, their oppressing forces, and they are using ambulances to displace their forces, to arresting protesters. They are using any possibility to hide themselves behind that, to whether to arresting people, to displacing people, depressing like their forces from one area to other area. So they use that without any hesitation. And look at him, how he come and give the data of the regime.
Al-Azhar Mosque, the Grand Mosque of Sarableh, were burned by the figures that he says are just peaceful protesters. Hundreds of cops were buried in public funerals, and millions of Iranians came out to condemn these Israeli-backed regime change riots. And I ask, what would the US or UK do if rioters were killing hundreds of cops in their cities? What would Donald Trump do, whose forces are shooting Americans in their faces in the street? And we're fighting for freedom in the United States. People who Jonathan Conricus has attacked in the UK, Palestine solidarity protesters, are not allowed to say, I support Palestine action or globalize the Intifada. And Piers, if the UK is a free country, then you will declare, I support Palestine action and defy your security services right now.
Okay, Jonathan, your response to that.
Can I have a word?
Finally. Yeah.
Can it be said on this program? Can I say that? I support Palestine action. Am I allowed to say that on a program?
You can say whatever you want. I don't have to go along with it. Jonathan.
Yeah, I hope that the Iranian regime pays you well in whatever currency they have. They don't have a lot of money left, but I hope that they pay.
This is true. Yeah, I mean, oh my God, the currency has, decreased a lot. The value of the Iranian money, Iranian currency, rial, in comparison with dollar. So I don't know how much he's getting paid. That's a good
violating sanctions. I'm paid by the Gray's own audience.
Otherwise, I didn't interrupt you, Max. I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, well, you falsely accused me of being paid by Iran when you were a war criminal.
Yeah, because the only logic that I can find, for someone like you, sitting in the comfort of the West, of a free democratic society with civil rights, rule of law, respect for minorities, religious freedom, political freedom, the only logic that I could find for you advocating for an oppressive Islamist regime and whitewashing their crime is that they must be paying you, and it has to be good money. Because they are, what you are doing is legitimizing the execution. You're legitimizing the execution of innocent Iranian civilians that are asking for freedom, that are asking for a better future for themselves and their children. They're asking not to be oppressed. Women asking to have their hair uncovered and to walk without a male chaperone. Young men wanting a better future without religious oppression. These are the people that have gone out bravely on Iranian streets, and they have marched against the thugs of the Islamist regime, and they have been mowed down with machine gun fire. And you are whitewashing their crimes. So I don't know what kind of a conscience you have. I don't know what kind of a conscience you have. I don't know how you can sleep at night, even that you're sitting here and apologizing and whitewashing the crimes of an oppressive regime, and doing it with a straight face, and even getting excited about police officers or mosques being damaged. I don't hear any excitement when you speak about thousands of Iranians that have been mowed down. But that doesn't seem to bother you.
I want to ask Jonathan a question. Jonathan, just quickly. Jonathan, hang on, please. Hang on, Jonathan. Do you think Donald Trump is... Please let me ask him a question. Jonathan, do you think Donald Trump is going to attack Iran?
I think he is, yes.
Okay.
It's difficult to say, but I also believe that he will take a military action against the regime, because he has transferred a lot of weapons.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's going to be a huge moment if Donald Trump does do that, and I'm sure we can come back and debate it again. But for now, we've got to leave it there. Thank you both very much. Well, I'm now joined by the Iranian-American activist, Masih Alinejad, who we speak to from outside a courtroom in New York.
Oh. Masih Alinejad, she's an activist, and for many years she was defending the women's right for choosing their clothes, because in Iran the regime is forcing women to having hijab. So if you don't have hijab, they will react brutally against women. So she's a very well-known activist, and the regime tried many times to assassinate her, but thanks to God, they didn't succeed. And now I'm very interested to see what she's going to say.
Masih, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you so much, Piers, for having me.
Well, I can't think of many more important or vital people to have on the show at this particular moment. But just for those who aren't aware of what's going on in New York, why are you outside a courtroom there?
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not ad.
I have just faced one of my would-be assassin. He was hired by the Islamic Republic to kill me at Fairfield University, where I was scheduled to give a talk. Carl Rivera. He is a convicted murderer. He killed someone here in America. But the Islamic Republic Revolutionary Guards, Farhad Shakeri, operative from IRGC, who was in prison in America, found him, so ordered him to kill me. And Farhad Shakeri is the mastermind behind another assassination plot against President Trump. You know, when I've seen him in the court, I felt disgusted. Like, it was disgusting to see him just accepting money, because of money, being hired by one of the most dangerous terrorist organization, IRGC, to kill me on U.S. soil. And I told him on his face that the same people that you accepted money are now massacring my people in Iran.
Oh my God. Yeah, the regime also wanted to assassinate Trump before the second, because, you know, they were basically scared that he became the president, so he wanted to eliminate him, but they couldn't, and now they are facing probably justice against justice for what they have been doing for many years, assassinating many activists, so whether in Europe, in Iran, or in USA. And now the recent one is trying to kill Masih.
Up to 40,000 people. I told him, and I said the prosecutor in the court as well, I said, I don't have anything else to say to this convicted murderer. I want to talk directly to Ali Khamenei and IRGC, who ordered my killing and who is actually ordering the massacre inside Iran.
And what is your message to the Supreme Leader?
To be honest, I don't have a message for him. I want the U.S. government to take action against him. This is what I said here. And I really believe this is the message of millions of people inside Iran. Piers, I have seen my would-be assassin in front of my eyes in my garden with AK-47. If it was not the U.S. law enforcement protecting me, I could have been dead. Of course, I want the same protection for unarmed Iranians right now. That's why I don't have any message to a killer who literally ordering massacre. He doesn't understand the language of diplomacy. He doesn't understand his language to talk to me and Iranians are AK-47, guns and bullets, military weapons, raping women. They storm into hospitals right now that I'm talking to you, finishing up the wounded one, and also arresting the doctors and nurses who help the wounded one, and making sure that they can kill everyone who speak up. That's why they don't understand my language, and I don't have any message for Ali Khamenei. Ali Khamenei behaves like ISIS. To me and millions of Iranians, me and millions of people in Syria, in Iraq, in the Middle East, even in Palestine, who believe that Ali Khamenei is the greatest sponsor of Hamas. And Hamas is the one ruining the life of innocent Palestinians.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hamas is also another terroristic group that he hide behind his people, to using them as a hostages in terms of the human shield, and try to hide weapons in the civilians area. And basically, while their people were bombarding, they were hiding in the tunnels without letting the people to get a shield. And they are all related, these terrorists.
All of us in the Middle East, we need to see that Ali Khamenei being removed, because he is the root cause of all the chaos, mayhem, and endless war taking in the region, not just in the region. Maduro was not alone. Ali Khamenei invaded, and his Revolutionary Guards and Hezbollah, they invaded Venezuela. Ali Khamenei is the one sending a drone to kill innocent Ukrainians. So
yeah, this is also another point. So basically, especially during the manifestation in Venezuela, Venezuelans forces who supported Maduro, the president, they weren't just alone. They weren't doing it inside between people of Venezuela. They were getting help from IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard of this regime in Iran, and they were also getting help from Cuba, Russia, and they are dictators supporting each other. And like Khamenei is also supporting other forces, like he supported Russia for invading Ukraine by giving him drones, the Kamazakis, and Russia, with these very cheap drones, he could damage the civilians area, killing innocent people, and like the electricity plants and other areas, because each missiles costs millions of dollars for them, but these drones are cheap, their role is basically destructive. So Khamenei at this regime is really, they were active for doing as much as they can chaos in the world, create the chaos, and supporting criminals in each country.
basically, when they don't understand the language of diplomacy, when their language is military weapons, then they should be removed. They should be taking out, the US government and the leaders of G7, other free world, when I ask them to take actions, targeted military action against the killers, because I believe that this is not just a charity thing to the people of Iran. It's their duty to stop massacre and to stop the terrorist regime in Iran.
Basically, it's their interest. It's not that just for humanitarian reason they come and take a military intervention in Iran against the regime. It's not just that. Actually, they have a lot of interests, and it is for themselves, for their security. It is important that they take actions, especially Europe's. But Europe's, it's very disappointing what they have been doing for many years. Iran, this regime was supporting Russia, and they are supporting still for invading Ukraine. And Ukraine, it's important for European countries, but they haven't been taking the necessary actions, diplomatic, economic, or political, or even military actions against this regime. They were always trying to negotiation that never worked, and the Europeans only speak. They aren't doing anything. It's only USA and who can take actions and who is doing something. And also another point that they are also doing, like this regime with Hezbollah, they are very active in drug dealing. They trying to selling drugs in Western societies, Western countries, to create as much as possible damages to them.
President Trump has put out a statement today threatening the Iranian regime and the Ayatollah with war, effectively. He said he's sending the Armada as he put it over there, the one that was sent to Venezuela when Maduro was taken out. What would you like to see happen here? Would you like to see the United States militarily attack Iran?
A couple of prompts in, and I had a walking checkout. No off-the-shelf system could give us what I built with Base 40.
You know, when you say Iran, it breaks my heart. Iran is my beloved country. Iran is a country that we love it. I have family there. Iran is being invaded by Islamic Republic. So let's make it very clear. I don't want Iran and Iranians to be killed, or I don't want any bomb to Iranians. And that's what the West get it wrong. When I say targeted military action, some in the West immediately jump into Iraq or Libya or Afghanistan. But this is not the full history and not the honest one. We have different examples. Let me just give it to you. In Gambia, when dictator refused to step down from power after losing an election, what helped them, the people in Gambia, to have a transition from dictatorship to democracy? Targeted, calculated military action. In Bosnia, the world waited too long until the massacre was unfolded in the country. And then military, targeted action stopped the massacre. Maybe peace was not perfect, but that stopped the massacre. In Kosovo, the same. Only diplomatic pressure and also targeted military action stopped the humanitarian catastrophe. This is the same in Iran. We don't want the U.S. government, the U.S. tanks or soldiers walking in the street. We're not talking about chaos or occupation. We're not talking about intervention. We're talking about targeted, calculated action against the terrorists that turn their military weapons into an instrument of mass killings and massacre. That's not me saying that. Iranians, I'm in touch with them every day, Piers. I'm talking to them. They say that there's only one option. Otherwise, the regime in Iran will turn the mass arrest to mass executions.
Yeah, this is true. So it is important. Yeah, I mean, as I said, if they can kill tens of thousands of people, they can do it with hundreds. And if it's needed, they can do it with millions. This is the characteristic of these regimes. They do whatever they can to stay in power.
And finally, Masih, you have astounding courage. You're a very heroic figure to many millions of Iranians, and you keep coming out, talking out publicly, even in front of a courtroom where somebody is in there right now who was trying to murder you. And I salute you for that courage. Do you believe, as some people do, increasing number do, that the Iranian regime and the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, that they are on the verge of potentially being toppled? Or do you fear it's just another uprising that they have violently quashed and that it will come to nothing?
That's a very good question, but let me add something to your beautiful words to me, myself. I am pleased that you call me a brave or courageous woman. But if you see that I am brave here in America, then see millions of unarmed women and men shoulder to shoulder. They are my heroes. They are the heroes of millions of people across the globe. Because with empty hand, they're not just fighting for Iran. They're not just trying to free Iran. They're protecting the U.S. national security, the U.S. Security as well, the global security. Their terrorists, the Iranian regime's terrorists, are walking freely in your country, in the UK. They are braver than the UK Prime Minister. Believe me. Because the UK Prime Minister...
UK Prime Minister is, you know, in general, as I said, Europeans and UK, they are terrible in politics. I think the only thing that they see It's their period of 4 years or 5 years, depending on which country we are talking about, and then for re-election. This is the only vision that they follow. Any long-term strategy, any long-term security plan, unfortunately, it is not considered in a political atmosphere in Europe.
President Macron, leaders of G7, they're sitting on their sofa and saying that we're watching the situation. They condemn that. They say we stand with the people of Iran. Enough of standing with the people of Iran. We don't want you to stand with us. We want you to sit down, all of you, to make concrete decision to end terrorism. That's what we want. So back to your question. This is the Berlin Wall moment for Iranians. But let's be honest. When East Germany managed to bring the wall of dictators down...
Yeah, but just one point added. I found it, unfortunately, sadly ridiculous about the phrases that the word that Europeans and also United Nations, Antonio Guterres, they were saying basically what they see the numbers when they kill 100 people. They said, "Oh, we are very sad that people of like Iran, they were killed." When they kill 1,000, they say the same thing, that we stand with people of Iran for their freedom. And this is not just about Iran. Iran is an example because they do it with basically every country, Venezuela, with Belarus, with any democratic movements that face a brutal reaction of the established regime. So when their phrase is that we condemn that, we stand with the people for their freedom. They maybe sometimes talk about sanctions, and if the number goes higher, like in that case in Iran, it reached to tens of thousands of people. And Antonio Guterres, this is this guy, I will show you. Is the Secretary General of the United Nations. So these people finally they come and they say, "Oh, we are shocked about this number of people who being killed, being slaughtered, and we support Iranian people." Only that. And a couple of days after, they said, "Oh, we need it is important for negotiation." But how? What do you think? Did you do any negotiation with Daesh, with this kind of terroristic groups? No, because you cannot do any negotiations when Daesh, ISIS, when they reach and they started to getting the cities in Iraq, in Syria, and they start killing thousands of people. Did you do any negotiations with them? No, you just sent army to stop that. Because you cannot reach any agreement with people who are ready to kill others. So this is the case, unfortunately, about Iran. The regime is a totalitarian system who do not hesitate to kill anyone, and you want to negotiate about, for example, nuclear plan. So nuclear plan that they have is basically to getting nuclear weapons to use it, or they just, if they don't use it, it will make the country such, like North Korea, and no one can touch it because they will use the nuclear weapon. So I'm so disappointed about countries, European countries, and United Nations, which is basically is more useful for totalitarian countries. When in Syria, Bashar Assad was killing using chemical weapons against its own people, killing thousands of people. It was China and Russia who veto any basically plan in the Security Council. So I don't see really what's the useful usage of the United Nations. Even in the condemnation, I found it's ridiculous the way that they speak, especially Antonio Guterres.
That's what we want. So back to your question. This is the Berlin Wall moment for Iranians. But let's be honest. When East Germany managed to bring the wall of dictators down, they were not alone. The whole world were united. The whole world. So that time America took the lead. I'm not saying that President Trump is another President Reagan. Whether you like Trump or not, but he knows the language of dictators right now. Some people in the West are busy criticizing Trump for saying that America is locked and loaded to target Ali Khamenei and his gang of killers. And some are actually busy to criticize him for not taking actions. They're lost. Left and liberal are sympathizing with the Islamic Republic. They're actually mocking us. They're mocking us. They're calling that this is an external regime change being imposed to Iranians by President Trump and Netanyahu. We have agency. Iranians took to the streets 6 times after the Islamic Revolution occupied Iran. 6 times, and they made it clear they want to change this regime. This is an insult to a nation and their agency. So when the war, I'm talking about left and liberal, they're sympathizing by Hamas, with Hezbollah, with Houthi, with the Islamic Republic mullahs, and they keep quiet, all of them. Where is Michelle Obama? Where is Barack Obama? Where is Oprah, Hillary Clinton, all those celebrities, AOC, Ilhan Omar? But at the same time, MAGA people make America great. They say that it's all about America, America first. And I want to tell them, for the Ayatollahs, America is first too. The first target to destruction, the first target that they want to destroy is America. When they say death to America, they mean it. So my people are sacrificing their life to protect global security, to protect America, to protect the UK from one of the most dangerous cancer, which is called the Islamic Republic. So your question, are they going to win with empty hand? Let's be very honest. We need to get the leaders of G7 to be as brave as Iranians and help us to end this regime. We need the US government to stick with its promises to end this regime. Otherwise, look, I have no fear. My people have no fear. They say goodbye to their parents and they go to the street. I don't know even what happens to my brother and my family when I talk to you. I have seen my would-be assassin 3 times in here, in America. But I'm not scared. But this is a humiliation to the free world. This is scary that how the regime in Iran challenging US national security 3 times. Challenging the UK government on UK soil many times, and still you allowing the Islamic Republic diplomats and their relative, the children of the Ayatollahs, who chant death to America, death to Israel, death to the whole world, walking freely in America, in the UK, in everywhere. So be brave as the people of Iran. Kick out the Islamic Republic Ayatollahs, the Revolutionary Guards members, their diplomats, shut down their embassy, and help the people of Iran to get rid of Islamic Republic. That's how we can say, yes, this is the end of the regime. Sooner or later, we will get rid of the Islamic Republic, but the history will judge Prime Minister of the UK, President Macron, German Chancellor, all the G7 leaders who still hesitate to designate Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization. Shame on them.
Masih Alinejad, it's always very powerful to talk to you.
And finally they put them. As today we speak, finally Europeans, they put the IRGC into the terroristic groups list, and UK said also they are going to do that. But they have done it pretty late. They had to do it earlier, because IRGC is like ISIS. They just doing terroristic actions around the world.
More so than right now. Thank you very much for taking the time to come back on Uncensored.
Thank you so much for having me and giving voice to millions of Iranians right now who are facing massacre, Piers Morgan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, this thanks to Piers Morgan. Morgan is a good man. He tries always to be fair, to have the different sides, whether in Palestinian and Israelis issues, whether in different social topics that happened. He's a fair man. I like the way he's acting his journalism.
Well, you're the one giving them the voice, and it's a powerful voice, and I salute your courage. I really do. Best of luck to you.
Promise me you're not going to give the platform to Marandi and other. They have enough platform inside Iran. They don't deserve to enjoy the privilege of freedom of speech when they put the whole country in absolute darkness, digital blackout. Kick them out. Believe me. If you say that this is freedom of speech, we want to hear what they say, we want to learn what they believe, but you don't need to, because we know that.
No, I do think, Professor,
and we know what.
I do think Morandi's a propagandist for the regime, and I can't imagine I'll be having him back anytime soon. Yeah.
Kick him out.
I do.
My heart aches when I see that this fucking killer has come to your show.
Yeah, he just comes on
Thank
lies.
you.
I know. It's great to talk to you. But I really do mean it when I say best of luck
Thank
to you.
you.
Your life's always in danger. It's incredibly courageous what you do, but it's so important too.
She's
So
right.
I really wish you all the very best, and
Yeah,
come back
I
on
mean,
soon.
These people basically they use the foreign platform to only to use the propaganda to disinform people, giving the false information. It's their job. They're getting paid for that.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow.
So what's going on? X. Okay.
Frigates and a UAV carrier, while its Air Force relies on third and fourth generation jets like the F-4 Phantom and MiG-29 Fulcrum. On the facts, it seems easily vulnerable against the US Armada. However, Iran's true strength lies elsewhere. I'll reveal that at the end of this video. On the other hand, USS Armada heading towards Iran consists of one of America's most powerful aircraft carriers, the USS Abraham Lincoln. On board that carrier is stationed 70 to 80 aircraft, including F-18 Super Hornet, F-35 Lightning, EA-18G electronic warfare aircraft, E-2D Hawkeye surveillance aircraft, and MH-60S Seahawk helicopters. Not only this, but 3 U.S. destroyers, USS Frank E. Peterson Jr., USS Spruance, and USS Michael Murphy, are also accompanying the carrier. All these ships are installed with surface-to-surface missiles and advanced air defense systems, heavily outmatching the Iran's sea and air power. Meanwhile, Iran's strength lies somewhere else. In the past decade, Iran invested heavily on 3 things: massive missile arsenal, swarms of cheap drones, and regional proxy forces, making it a dangerous adversary.
So basically, that's true that the Air Force is very Iranian Air Force. It's very weak. They are very old. You cannot be F4. You cannot. You don't have even 1 minute of standing against F-22, F-35. No, but they have their drones. Their drones, they already use that against Israel when they sent thousands of that. But it wasn't very useful because the distance was 4 and they could just track them and take them all down. But the missiles, yeah, but we will need to see, because missiles, they need to have a launcher. If they destroy launcher, basically they cannot use the missiles, like what Israeli did during the 12 days war in June. Maybe Iran, I don't know how many missiles they have, but the launchers are limited. I think they have 1,000 or 2,000 maybe, but Israelis targeted the launchers, so they could only fire missiles in the low numbers.
Capable of striking back even against overwhelming U.S. firepower.
Yeah, I'm coming, guys. Just one moment.
country. Iran is a country that we love it. I have family there. Iran is
Received a report based on compilation.
Okay, guys. So I'm going to see a few videos. Asmongold. I'm curious to see what's going on in USA, because a couple of days ago it was the tension in Minnesota, I think, had been rising a lot after ICE agent, I believe, killed someone. I don't know the details, so I will see what's that. Okay, so
This is a beautiful, this is amazing. I'm so happy. So on the day that Hassan got banned, Don Lemon also got arrested. This is just like, I mean, I used to pray for times like this. And then they even go in. They're even bringing in the chain emoji. They said, lock this bitch up. Oh my God. This is the White House is using the...
For involvement in the Sanspal Church riots. I'm not aware of that. Don Lemon was arrested. I will check. Don Lemon. Okay. Yeah, former CNA Don Lemon was arrested on January 3rd. Okay, yesterday. Indian protests on 18 at cities. Okay, he was taken into custody while in Los Angeles to cover the Grammy Award. Oh my god. So basically he was okay. He was in Los Angeles to cover the Grammy Awards. Okay. Was interfering with religious freedom in a house of worship. Okay, grand jury indicated Lemon and 8 others on charge of conspiracy to deprive congregants of their civil rights. Okay. The protest was a part of the larger movement following the fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good by an ICE officer in Minneapolis. Okay. So prosecutor, okay, this is the important phrase, physically obstructed. So, what's going on?
Chain emojis on fucking Don Lemon. I love to see this. So, tired of winning? I'm not tired of winning. I haven't won yet. I'll be winning whenever this guy gets a sentence and gets put in fucking jail for like 2 or 5 years. That's what I want to see. I want to see him go to jail. Like, I want to see him stay in jail. He wants to go and be a victim? Good. Let's make him earn it. That's the way I see it. I hate these pieces of shit. These people going around lying, spreading their propaganda every fucking day. You've been doing this for a long time. No, don't get your hopes up. I didn't get my hopes up before. But, you know, I'm getting a little bit happier, I'll tell you that. So, yeah, and put him in a box, I know.
Oh my god. I'm not following Don Lemon. I don't know what's going on with him. But, you know, I like Asmongold. He's... it's clearly, it's transparent. He says what he believes, and I'm very curious what kind of lies Lemon has said.
That won't happen.
But I don't follow Lemon. I don't like him. I heard his interview with Piers Morgan, and no, it's not a interviewer who I follow. No, not at all.
That liberal judge will let him off. Maybe, maybe not, right? It could be a federal crime, and we could decide where exactly he's going to be sent to. And, you know, not we, but, like, you know, they could decide where he could be sent to. And it could be a lot worse for him, man. Like, you've got to think, you know, you've got to be an optimist every once in a while, man. You do. And so Don Lemon has been arrested. I am so happy about this. As I said, I used to pray for times like this and for involvement in the St. Paul church riots.
It may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of what they're
always thinking about white people and black people. I'm talking about white people. Look at all white people.
The coded, but there's a reason. It may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of what they're
always thinking about white people and black people. I'm talking about white people. Look at all white people. Look at all the black people. Look at the white people and the black people. Look at this person. Look at this Asian person. Look, oh my God, that's a Mexican. Oh my God, look at that. Oh my, wow, that's an Arab. He might be a Muslim. Ooh, damn, bro. Like, these people counting them up. They're counting them up like statistics. Isn't that weird? Jesus Christ.
The operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here.
What? A bunch of white people are gathering for a kind of operation?
So that
the entire idea of white allies is a predicate.
Right, I'm going to see this video. What is the video?
I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't. I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
So it didn't help. I don't know what happened. I wanted to find the video that Asmongold is watching because I don't want to be interrupted many times.
New aggressive steps against.
There's strong reaction today to Don Lemon's arrest.
The Trump administration taking new aggressive steps against journalists.
His former colleagues at CNN expressing outrage.
This very much has Trump retribution vibes.
The White House responding with mockery, announcing Lemon's arrest on social media with the caption, "When life gives you lemons." He was taken into custody early Friday morning in Los Angeles after attending a pre-Grammy party. According to one report, he was seen being handcuffed while flanked by FBI and Homeland Security agents. Lemon is here in Los Angeles to cover the Grammys for his YouTube channel. He's scheduled to be here at Crypto.com Arena on the red carpet interviewing celebrities before Sunday's show. But all that is up in the air now that he's in federal custody.
I'm just going to walk in, see what's happening.
It was this report 2 weeks ago that landed him in hot water with the Trump administration. He followed anti-ICE agitators into a Minneapolis church whose pastor is believed to work with ICE.
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
But the White House claims he was one of the organizers. And today, Attorney General Pam Bondi says a grand jury indicted Lemon on charges that he interfered with the congregants' civil rights.
If I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
Don Lemon is planning to fight the charges.
Really?
Sacred right, we are coming after you.
Don Lemon is
if you
that he interfered with the congregants' civil rights.
If I haven't been
one of the organizers. And today Attorney General Pam Bondi says
Pam Bondi. I remember one time I'm not a fan of Pam Bondi because one time he was saying something dangerous about the freedom. It was actually against freedom. I believe it was after Charlie Kirk's death, and yeah, and basically she commented on an interview that we are going to arrest you. Basically, I don't remember the phrase exactly, but basically she wanted to say that if you use your freedom of speech in and hate speech, we are going to arrest you. But basically, hate speech is protected in the Constitution. So after that, many right members, even MAGA movements, started to criticize her.
A grand jury indicted Lemon on charges that he interfered with the congregants' civil rights.
If I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
Don Lemon is planning to fight the charges. His lawyer saying the journalist's work in Minneapolis was, quote, constitutionally protected.
So, I've seen the reports.
On the justice and the media system being biased against black people and for white people, and that it will offer them more grace and more positivity. That's the kind of very passive racism that people like Don Lemon like to push.
Is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're
talk
giving
about
some
white
critical
allies.
information here.
It's the reason
But
why.
there we go.
It's
Everybody's
predicated
ready to
on a
go.
lie.
Let's go. Okay. Thank you guys for allowing
my
me
white
to be
ally?
here. Thank you guys.
If you're an American, I am.
How are you? Good to see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's
You're
going
a
on,
patriot.
but thank you.
Yeah.
Tell us why you're
Thank
doing
you.
this.
So, guess what happened to this bitch? That's right, she got arrested. You know what this stupid bitch went and said? She said that this was the closest she's been to slavery. She thinks she gets arrested for causing a little fucking nuisance here. And she's talking about being close to slavery. What's her fucking name again? Who's her fucking name? Give me a minute. Let me pull this up. So this is what she went and said. Listen to this. Listen to this retard. You ready?
We had belly chains around our waists, and we had handcuffs with bars in the middle. As someone who majored in African American studies, I can tell you that that is the closest I ever felt to slavery in my life. Being shackled as if I was a slave. It is unacceptable and unconscionable, but it's on brand.
Put him back on.
What does she mean when she said it's the closest to the slavery? It's not even close. I'm not in USA, but I think she should have been more clear, because it's not, obviously. From my point of view, no.
Put him back on. That's what I think. You want to go around and talk about how this is slavery. Bitch, you made a mistake. You broke the law. You got arrested. And she wants to talk about slavery. They used to pull black people's teeth out and give them to white people. How do you think George Washington got all those teeth? But she's going around acting like a victim. As if she's a slave.
Endless work, charge riots, Nikima Levy. What? Just because she was arrested, she had handcuffs. It was the closest to the slavery. What?
Are you kidding me? Oh my God. This is so fucking ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. They used to separate black families whenever they took them off the boat from Africa, and they would separate them, send them to different plantations for the sole purpose of destroying their morale and turning them into worthless animals, basically, so these plantation owners could treat them that way. That's the reason why. Is like people don't even understand how bad slavery is. And whenever I hear somebody like this say that invokes.
Yeah, I think this is a word that people should not just use it like whenever they want. Slavery has a meaning, and it was a very difficult period and has a strong meaning for what happened to a group of people. It's it's not the same. Just using a lot just a word, these strong words, again and again and again. It loses its meaning. Like when people were saying before the election that Trump is a fascist. He's a fascist, and just because people could see he's not a fascist, but now the real fascists, the very extreme right, they have a fascist rhetorics, and when people see them and they say they are fascist, it because the word has already loses its meaning.
It's like such a horrible fucking atrocity that treat them like they used to be treated like fucking animals. And you talking about you got arrested and you think that's the same as slavery?
Yeah, exactly. Now all the criminals think that they are a slave, so maybe you should not do crimes. I don't know about what she did to be arrested, but it's abuse using this word.
What are you talking about? Like you need to go take your degree back. Go get a refund, because apparently they didn't teach you shit. They didn't teach you nothing. Oh my God. We had all black units as in World War I as the U.S. You're right. The all black unit. And some of those guys, I always read that some of those guys, they went over to Europe. It gave them a, I think it moved it moved the awareness of like kind of the racial identities in America, moved it forward a lot. World War I did, because they went over to Europe, and Europe didn't have the same views on race that we did. And I think it really changed the way a lot of people saw things, especially obviously the black guys that went over there, but even the white guys too. It is. So it's segregation, not slavery. That was still really bad though. Like let's be honest, right? The way black people were treated in World War I was not good. They were heroes.
Nakima Levy Armstrong, she's on the show
Nakima
on Friday.
Levy Armstrong, civil rights attorney, longtime activist here in the community. And, we protest and do activism here in the
Levy Armstrong, she's on the show on
Nakima
Friday.
Levy Armstrong, civil rights attorney, longtime activist here in the community. And, we protest and do activism in all kinds of ways.
Yeah, you fucked around. You fucking around, huh?
This is Operation
somebody
Pull Out,
fucking
more of a
around.
clandestine operation.
Operation Pull Out? Operation Pull Out, huh?
We show up somewhere.
Looks like you failed.
That is a key
You got pulled up
location.
on.
They don't expect us to come there.
Oh.
And then we
Clandestine
disrupt business
operation.
as
She's
usual.
Delta Force.
So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a lot of success with the times we have done Operation Pull Up.
Yeah.
After George Floyd was killed, we went to the
You remember that, George Floyd?
Police Federation head's home
Remember
and
him?
staged a demonstration there. We also went to the head of the U.S. Marshals from Minnesota. After Winston Smith.
I don't give a fuck. I don't want to listen to this bitch anymore. Anyway, so Don Lemon got arrested. This is amazing. I'm so happy. I'm gonna read some more of the comments about it and.
Oh, okay. Anything to distract from Epstein files, including trampling over the First Amendment. Okay, when live. Okay, this is Nina Turner. Okay, Don Lemon arrested. It's the White House. When life gives you lemons. It's a post that White House published. Wait, I'm going to see it. The most transparent administration in history. I have doubt. I have a great doubt. Yeah, I don't think so. But for sure they were better than Biden. I don't know the history to say it, but usually Trump administration claims astonishing things. Okay, I want to find the poster that they published. Oh, okay. It's interesting, this one. President Donald Trump is returning education to the states and empowering parents. This is our moment in time to ensure that everyone receive a great education.
And he's giving educators more flexibility.
We have school choice growing at the state level. Over
President Trump is returning education to the states. He's empowering parents as the driver of their child's education.
Yeah, because you know, especially in the red states, so many parents were against the education about LGBTQ for especially young children. So I remember it was a big discussion during Biden administration. So now they are more free to conduct the way that they want education.
And he's giving educators more flexibility.
We have school choice growing at the state level. Over 30 states with private scholarship programs or education savings accounts, many of them universally eligible. And now we can have all 50 states serving students and expanding their educational options and their opportunities.
For parents who are being left behind, whose kids right now don't have access to a good school, this is our moment in time to ensure that everyone receives a great education.
And on behalf of all the parents all over the world, I just want to say thank you. And I have an example that it does work. My daughter, Miracle.
So thanks to President Trump, Linda McMahon, and the rest of the administration for doing the right thing for parents, for doing the right thing for kids. We're finally funding students, not systems.
Yeah, I think this is good, because every state, every region can adapt their education planning and their system according to the culture and to the situation of that region. I think it's good and fair. I don't know the details, by the way, but it seems a good choice. Okay, so I'm going to continue watching the Asmongold videos. But anything to distract from the Epstein files, including trampling over the First Amendment. Okay, if I don't make a mistake, they were publishing the Epstein files. I don't know, I think they haven't do it completely. But yeah, I think Epstein files, that's something very clear. That I was amazed at why Trump avoiding to publish it. Pam Bondi was saying during election maybe, or so during after she became the DOJ. So she was saying that she will publish it. She said many times, but suddenly they didn't do that. But I don't know the details.
And talk about it a bit more, but yeah, I mean, I'm so happy about this, and her dad should have pulled out. That's a fact. And so yeah, best part of this is all Don's video will be entered as evidence to establish the required parameters for the charges to stick. I know, I love to hear that, man. All the black activists are real sellouts they accuse us conservatives of being. I think that there are some real legitimate, honest black advocates and black activists, and I think that there are issues that, you know, like in general, I think that most of the issues that black people have in America are really kind of class issues in most cases. Like a lot of, like basically issues that a lot of black people face are also issues that, you know, white people and other people of the same socioeconomic status face. So like, for example, like I believe in, for example, like DEI, right? I do, but like I do on the basis of like, let's say, like, let me give you an example of something I believe in. Like, let's say you go to a school and you.
Yeah, I mean, just before it says DI, I think it was another major political discussion during the election in USA, because basically DI is the diversity, inclusion, and equality. But the point basically was that everyone with different ethnicity and religious, different color skin, can have the same opportunity as the native people, as the white people. But it seems that they overdoing that to like companies, like governments, to say that, oh, we are very open-minded people, we are a very open-minded company, so they prefer actually these ethnicities, these minorities. So they would hire them, they would prefer them instead of white people. So it was the white people who were facing actually discrimination, and because of that the movement like became radical, and it loses its supports. And it seems that they would get, like, companies would benefit some interest or some situation from the federal governments. I don't know every benefits that they could gain. I'm not sure, but basically it put pressures on the white people. So because of that, when Trump's one of its main plan was to stop DI, and he did that. So he was basically saying that everyone should get a job, get a position according to their capacity, not just because you're black or you're South Americans or from other country, so you have a better opportunity.
Example of something I believe in. Like, let's say you go to a school and you have a good GPA, but you come from a poor family. I think that they should give you an advantage to be able to get into school, because coming from a rich family is a quantifiable advantage that every single person has an opportunity to take advantage of. If, like, let's say your parents make $250K a year and somebody else's parents make 50, like, you're going to be coming from, on average, a much weaker household and a much less educated household. And so if you approve something like that, that's going to help disproportionately way more black people. It will. Proportionally, it will be way more, because the fact is, black people on average have way less money than white people. Look at the average household income for a white family versus a black family.
Average income, yeah, good question. Average income, families. But this is true. Basically, okay, in 2002. So in 2023, the median household income in the US was $89 for the white household and $56 for black household. Yeah. Data increases the average. Okay, so the median and the average is significantly disproportional. So I think it was because of that, like some universities even they give a quota, a specific quota for like black people, for other ethnicities. So they would say if like a university get 100 people, they do the admission. So they would say, okay, from these 100 people, we aren't anymore based on your educational status, on your scores and your average. We would consider you according to your household income and something like that. So basically, they would say, okay, we get I don't know, these 20 or 30 people from 100 we will get from this ethnicity, and because of the discrimination, like not having the same opportunity as maybe from like white families. So this kind of advantages, I think, is radical. Finally, from my point of view, it should be university or any jobs, it should be based on the education, based on the experience of the individual, not based off the, I don't know, from their income, from what country they come. Because at the end of the day, it is important to have the best ones. So because of this kind of situation, this basically organization DI, it became radical, and people start to people that started to be against that, which is logic. I think in USA they went out of the line.
Family, it's night and fucking day. And so the fact is that, yeah, it will help more of them, but it's going to help everybody on the basis of class. That's the way it is. No, they don't. They absolutely do. Anybody could tell you that. Anybody, if you think that coming out of a rich family isn't an advantage, you're a professional retarded. That's you. That's you. You're just as retarded as look. That's the way it is. No, they don't. They absolutely do. Anybody could tell you that. Anybody, if you think that coming out of a rich family isn't an advantage, you're a professional retarded.
I mean, yeah, for sure. If you come from a rich family, you have a better access to equipment from a school, from if you need a private teacher, if you need a tablet, a computer or anything, you have a better access. For sure. You have a better options for improving yourself, investing on yourself. You don't have any kind of economic problem, at least, which is the most important things, I think, in your life. I mean, but that's true that some people cannot use it, but that doesn't mean you don't have advantage.
That's you. That's you. You're just as retarded as look. Where is he? This guy. That's you. Do you want this to be you? No, you don't.
Ooh.
Do you want this to be? Where is he? This guy. That's you. Do you want this to be you? No, you don't.
Trump's right hand cannot be responsible for investigating his left hand.
It's a black culture problem. That's a separate issue. Totally separate issue. And again, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, as a white person, I can't really talk about that. Like, just straight up, like, it's probably TOS. I can't really talk about any of that stuff. People perceive it as like being bad. Like, sure, I mean, every culture has different things they've got to deal with. As a white person, it's not really my place to speak on it, especially, considering on Twitch, right? Like, let's be honest. But I do think that for income, it's a fact. It's obviously a fact. So yeah. And white people can be poor. That's why I think it should be done based off of income. It should be done off of income rather than race. I'm all about making sure, let's quantify things. Look at it definitively. And so anyway, look who it is. Look who it is.
AI. Just generating. AI.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male.
Well, part of the religious freedom is the fact that you can go into a church and then not have people interrupt you and try to shut down your service because they disagree with it. And they've come up with a conclusion about your religion that, as in their mind, allowed them to justify harassing you and taking away your place of worship. Like that's the whole idea. He's actually right. No, he's right about that.
Much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And,
People didn't like Catholics long after independence. People didn't like Catholics until like maybe 50 years ago. You want me to be honest? Being a Catholic before then was seen as a little bit problematic. JFK, whenever he ran for president, one of the big problems and the big attacks against him was that he was a Catholic. It was that basically, how can we let this guy run for president if he's a Catholic and he's just going to listen to the Pope? Do we want the Vatican running the country? This was
okay. I understand. Yeah, I believe that when religious become mixed with politics, it can be brutal. Yeah, I understand why some people are against that. They are worried that some people that they are claim that they are religious and get into power, and after that they can to try to say that they are representative like of God on the earth. So with the power that they have, they start to oppressing people, they start to be totalitarian, and yeah, these kind of things I understand, because usually even during the in Europe during the church rulings in that area, it was brutal. And even now, like in you can see in Iran, the regime is brutal, and they are saying that they are religious. So they use basically religious to justify their sadistic actions. They try to camouflage in the religious and hide their actions behind it.
JFK, right? I mean, that's very recent.
But I didn't know that. It's very interesting that JFK had some problems to become to reach into power for just being Catholic.
And the big attacks against him was that he was a Catholic. It was that basically, how can we let this guy run for president if he's a Catholic and he's just going to listen to the Pope? Do we want the Vatican running the country? This was JFK, right? I mean, that's very recent.
I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there. And I'm also...
So I'm going, guys, prepare coffee. I will come back. Guys, I took my coffee.
Why don't you just settle down? All right, why don't you just calm down? Like you know, why don't you just dial this back a little bit? Right, just dial it back just a little bit.
As I was on with my producers this morning, you know, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America.
True, bro. They arrested you because you're gay and black. They said Donald Trump.
As I was on with my
right, just dial it back just a little bit.
As I was on with my producers this morning, you know, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America.
Oh my god, that's that's ridiculous. Just because he's gay and black man, so he was arrested. That's astonishing. What?
True, bro. They arrested you because you're gay and black. They said Donald Trump was like, bro, bring me a list of all the gay black people. All right, go get them. Yep. Round them up. We can't be having this. Yeah, let's go get all the gay black people.
Yeah. Gonna start with the famous one.
What are you talking about with all this? Like, damn, what a stupid ass bitch. Why'd CNN drop this retard again? Well, there you go. You just said it. And yeah, he was a journalist. Yeah, he was a journalist. A long time ago, he used to be a journalist. Now he's arrested. And
yeah, I heard about that he was he got fired from CNN. I saw something about that, a video. And Piers Morgan, he actually showed that, the reason. But I will check it. Okay.
After nearly a year as prime minister, the deficit has doubled, food inflation has doubled that in the States, housing costs.
All right, so let's talk about CNN. Minutes after we finish recording are like, oh my God, Tucker Carlson's been fired.
That black people
this.
Black people, hang on, please. I cannot keep a thought if you guys are talking to me in my ear. So hang on 1 second. So to say that black people, say what you said again.
Historical fact,
it's
but
not historical fact.
The part that I
Just
find
because you say it's historical fact.
The part that I find
insulting,
black man.
It's insulting that
but
you're
me
sitting
regarding
here,
you as a fellow citizen.
That you're
That's
sitting
what I think
here,
we should say.
whatever ethnicity you are, explaining to me.
What forward to continue that conversation.
We'll
Thank
continue
you.
the conversation.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, Papa.
We'll talk about China.
Yes, let's talk about China.
Next time you come back.
Oh, thank you. Much to say on declaring independence from China.
Okay,
something you
can
can
we
add
move on now, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I couldn't find something important. Wait.
CNN, where it doesn't look like morning host Don Lemon got to say a goodbye either. He says he got the news that he was leaving after appearing on this morning's program. CNN offered no explanation, but 2 months ago, Lemon apologized for an on-air remark about presidential candidate Nikki Haley. Lemon seemed to support a notion that Haley was not considered to be in her, quote, prime.
So, no. I'm going to see the Piers Morgan interview with Don Lemon. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, he was claiming that he was ambushed by the past clip that Piers Morgan showed him about the reason that he was fired.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete...
Piers, I think that's completely disingenuous. And I think anyone watching that...
What are you talking about?
And so if you will let me... It's not newsworthy. That news means something that's new. This isn't new.
Right.
That was 3 years of consequences. And there are limits. There are limitations to freedom of speech. And if you work for a private company, they have the right to fire you or discipline you for whatever it is that they want. And if you break... Look, Piers, I'm not here to argue over trans rights. I don't think it necessarily cut to the argument of common sense. I think they simply found an issue that they could capitalize on based on fear or, some perceived religious value or what have you. So I'm not going to sit here and demonize trans people, trans women or trans men, because I just don't think that is fair and that is productive in this moment. I'm not going to go back and litigate why Donald Trump won and on the issue of trans. Piers, I think that you will allow me, please.
What
please
are you
stop
talking
interrupting me,
about?
Okay, did you invite me with questions?
I don't know why you've gone on this weird rant. I don't
answer?
understand any of it. Why have you done this weird reaction? I simply asked you about whether you felt your departure from CNN was, in your eyes, an example of
I've given
what happened to you at CNN. Why would really? You're kind of exhausting me.
So freedom of speech.
You were prepared to talk about cancel culture, or you weren't?
Unless you... No. I'm not prepared
you're not prepared to talk
about cancel culture. But that has... Oh, my God. Piers, could you stop interrupting me?
Not really. You're kind of exhausting me. It's ridiculous.
Processing or lack of brain processing power for black women, or for those black women.
With Charlie Kirk's death, a lot of people on the left have come out gleefully celebrating what happened. A lot of people have been posting stuff on social media, very happy. And they've turned out to be teachers, professors, doctors, nurses. I mean, people in extraordinary positions of power over other human beings. What should happen to those people?
Well, I think we should look at every circumstances. It should be taken on the circumstances should be taken individual at all. Piers, that freedom of speech work for a problem if you for the circumstances. So then I wasn't comfortable with. There's a lot of cancellation going on the right now, and I'm not comfortable with it.
Do you feel
I wasn't comfortable with it on the left either?
Right. Do you feel you were a victim of cancel culture? At CNN?
Okay, that is start from here. Yeah, and after that, I think Don Lemon do whatever he can to avoid that. Look.
I don't think I'd look at everything as an opportunity. Probably yes. I'm sure that I was a victim of cancel culture, but I would say mostly on the right for cancel culture.
For those who don't know what I'm talking about, this is what led to you leaving CNN. Let's take a look at the clip.
She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you talking? Wait.
That's not according to me.
Prime for what?
In their prime. Nikki.
Let's take a look at the clip.
She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you talking? Wait.
That's not according to me.
Prime for what?
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime. If you look it up, if you Google when is a woman in her prime, it'll say 20s, 30s, and 40s.
God.
I don't necessarily.
40s. Oh, I got another.
I'm not saying I agree with that. So I think she has to be careful about saying that.
When you watch that, Don, I happen to be watching.
Oh my God! It was, I think, his last clip, his last interview in CNN, and after that he was terminated, I think.
That live, and I was like, "Whoa! What did you just say?" Do you? I mean, if you had a do-over, would you say that again? I mean, what led you to say that?
Okay, Piers, let me just say this. I'm going to answer your question, but just so the audience knows, and I hope you don't cut this out. when I asked you what subjects you wanted to talk about, you know what you said to me? You said, I want to talk to you about freedom of speech in America and the response to Charlie Kirk's death.
Yeah.
Not once did you mention that we were going to talk about CNN or whatever. So, and had I known that, I probably wouldn't have accepted this interview. You have invited me on many times, and I tell you, Piers, I know you. I would come on your show, but I don't do panels. And so when you said I'm not going to be involved in a panel, I agreed to come on your show. But I thought you would also stick by the subjects that you told me that you were going to talk about.
Just to be clear,
rather than try to ambush me with something.
Just to be.
So I think he doesn't like panels because he doesn't like to get challenged about his ideas.
Clear.
So
you and I
yes.
haven't. Well, John, just to be clear, you and I haven't had any conversation about your appearance here. You're talking about my team talking to you?
Yeah, no, and I saw you, Piers, in a restaurant, and I said, hey, Piers, good to see you.
Yeah.
I would come on your show, but I don't do panels.
Right,
And
you're
I
not
said
on
the
a
same
panel.
thing to your bookers.
Is there any one
and
of
so
you,
when
Don?
I asked you, and right. Okay, and so, yes.
Right,
and
you're
I
not
said
on
the
a
same
panel.
thing to your bookers.
Is there any one
and
of
so
you,
when
Don?
I asked you, and right. Okay, and so, yes, and I said that's why I agreed to do it. But when you asked me, or when your team asked me what subjects, and I asked them 2 or 3 times, I have the text messages, what do you want to cover?
Yeah.
Not once was CNN mentioned. So I don't appreciate.
So what's the problem? What's the problem if he was talking about his last job, former job?
Being ambushed, but let me answer your question.
Ambush? Hang on one second. No, Don, hang on 1 second. Let's just.
Oh my God. So, I just wanted to see why he was terminated. I didn't remember that.
And so let's go. I'll look at a few more of these that are worth looking at here. And this is, again, one more.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some.
Hey everyone, I'm really excited to share this game with you. It's a strategy game inspired by Isaac Asimov.
Some reconnaissance on the ground. I'm speaking to an organization there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest. I've been surprised,
It's
pleasantly
resistance. Like, you know, the resistance in Star Wars. Remember Star Wars? This is the same thing as Star Wars.
surprised to see the
It's like
community
Star
coming
Wars.
together. Reconnaissance on the ground. I'm speaking to an organization there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest. I've been surprised.
Resistance for what? Remember, Don Lemon fully admitted that he planned to storm and this dropped the charge service. Lunatics, okay.
This resistance. Like, you know, the resistance in Star Wars. Remember Star Wars? This is the same thing as Star Wars.
Surprised to see the
It's like
community
Star
coming
Wars.
together.
Okay. So basically, he planned to storm and disrupt a church. So basically, these people were outside the church. Okay, I thought that I didn't know the what was the condition, but more and more I'm understanding the situation. Okay.
Diverse community. If you see this when we first
Yeah.
pulled up, we're like, wait a minute.
Remember Star
what is-
Wars.
Which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? So the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then we're after
How? They just go to the church and hold them on the what?
that, after them off guard and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then we're after that, after we do this
Yep.
operation, you'll see it live.
And you
And
see.
these operations are surprise operations. Again,
You
can't tell
see, they're
where
all
they're
thinking
going.
about it. They're all thinking about this, talking a whole lot of shit, man. And you've seen them embracing Star Wars resistance thing with the Loon emblem and the bird. No, I haven't seen that at all. Absolutely not. And retard talks like he's a solid snake. I know that, man. It's fucking funny. But that's it. And now he's fucked. Now he is totally fucked. So let's go ahead. We pull up some more of this here. And at my direction, this is it. At my direction, early this morning, federal agents arrested
So I don't know what happened.
Don
Like,
Lemon.
Don Lemon and church. Wait. Okay. Was a participant in the church disruption and not a journalist. Okay, so I see what's happening.
Putting that to the side, the guy was an active participant, and he knew full well. He didn't just like say, "Oh, I guess I've been given a tip to show up to some unknown location." He knew all about what the organizers were planning to do inside this church. He willfully entered the church knowing full well that the disruption was planned. The first example is Lemon at the meeting site with the protesters, where he's kissing the organizer. They clearly know each other. They've been in cahoots. And you will hear him allude to knowing the details. He talks about how it's key that some of the agitators are what he calls MAGA coded. Watch.
They're getting the operation together. Again, this is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show.
Talks about how it's key that some of the agitators are what he calls MAGA coded. Watch.
They're getting the operation together. Again, this is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There are for this reason it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here.
Okay. So basically, he knew that's the operation. They are going to do something in the church, so he wasn't randomly there. So this is for sure. And as he said, he was happy that they have also some white peoples as ally, because for what they are going to do.
So that is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. How are you?
Good.
To see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
this is Nekima, Levy Armstrong.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation.
Okay, so we're going to go to the operation again. We're not going to give any of the information away. As Nekima said, this is clandestine, a clandestine operation, and then we can tell you what's going to happen afterward.
Now, let me say for the record, if Don Lemon had stopped there and not gone in that church, he would have been fine. He would have been fine. It's fine.
Oh my God, what happened to that church? This is just recently, just today, 1 hour ago, I heard about the church and Don Lemon, that something happened. I'm very curious to know what happened.
It's fine for someone to tell you
And
that
it's very recent, because I think yesterday he was arrested.
they're going to do something illegal, and you as the reporter go there to film it from a place you're allowed to be, and you don't take part in it. That we do that all the time. But he didn't. That wasn't good enough for Don, because you see, he needed YouTube subscribers. For Don, part in it. Reporter go there to. It's fine for someone to tell you that they're going to do something illegal, and you as the reporter go there to film it from a place you're allowed to be, and you don't take part in it. That we do that all the time. But he didn't. That wasn't good enough for Don, because you see, he needed YouTube subscribers. Do we have that clip, Deb, where he's begging them, don't forget to subscribe, subscribe. Don't forget to follow, subscribe. That's why he did it. It wasn't enough for Don to document from the place he was allowed to be what they were doing inside. And hey, it would have been great tape watching the people run out, the woman with the broken arm, the crying children. I think Don really would have enjoyed that. But it wasn't good enough for him. He wanted to go in the church. He reminded people throughout his disruption, subscribe, watch, look. We actually cut the clip the other day. We never got to play it, but here it is.
So if you're in the chat, if you're with us, support us. Support us. Support us.
Is he in the church?
Like and subscribe. Become a member. Support independent journalism because we do it without fear or favor. I'm not afraid to do this. Like I told you, it was going to be raw,
should be.
unscripted. We got stuck in the snow trying to get here, had to produce it in real time. Go here. As soon as we walked in, almost perfect timing, the protesters stood up. Appreciate all of you, all of the new members. Make sure you're subscribed if you're watching us. Make sure if you go to the YouTube channel, you can hit subscribe. Just go to donlemon.com. donlemon.com. At the top of the page, there are links on all 4 of the categories that we are nominated for the NAACP Image Award. Click on those categories and vote for. You can only vote for one person. Vote for me.
Wow. Oh my God.
So he decided that he wanted to interfere with people's right to worship because it could really get him some good clicks. Like there would be a personal benefit to Don Lemon, right? Some people went in there intentionally interfering because they wanted to intimidate ICE and ICE supporters. Some people went in there because they wanted to interfere because they thought they'd get clicks and subscriptions. They're both illegal. Did you intend to interfere? Yeah, you did. You knew what would happen. You fully intended to walk in there, to walk down the aisle, to interrupt the church service in progress. You fully knew. You 100% knew. The payoff to you was different from the payoff to Nakima. Doesn't make your behavior any more lawful. In this next clip, again, he's on the way to the location before it happens, and he accidentally reveals that he knows exactly where they're going and that it's a place of worship.
Nietzsche famously said of his own books, I write in a single sentence what it...
As Nakima said, this is clandestine.
So basically he was filming everything that he was doing, the crimes that maybe he was doing them. So he filmed them and then he published them. Wow. Very good, very effective.
A clandestine operation, and then we can tell you what's going to happen after. We don't know what's happening. We kind of do, but we don't know how it's going to play out. Okay, so happening. It's an operation, and then we can tell you what's going to happen after. We don't know what's happening. We kind of do, but we don't know how it's going to play out.
Okay. So they know what they are going to do. They don't know how it will plays out. Okay.
Okay, so we are here now. Do you think if you just have it? I think maybe if you just have it on the church, but if they see me,
oh, whoops,
they're gonna know. No,
I don't. It just depends.
If they see me, they're gonna know.
What?
Don't name the location.
I'm not naming the location, but I mean, I'm just wondering if you see me.
I mean,
the folks inside see me.
Are the congregants really on live instead of in service right now?
No, but they'll be like, "Why is Don Lemon here?"
Oh yeah, Sunday morning. Sunday morning church.
Yeah.
And maybe we need to surprise them.
Like, he's. Well, what else? It's Sunday, and we already said the church.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you said it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. He wanted it to be a big surprise. He wanted them to get settled in, to say their prayers, to connect with God. And look, I go to church every Sunday. Think about your experience in that pew. You know, I will share something with you. When I go, and probably just like a lot of you, when I go, the first thing I do when I get there is I say my prayers for my family and for people I miss. I think about my sister all the time, who died a couple of years ago at age 58. I say prayers for her. I think about her. I pray for my mom, who's 84. And this journalist wanted to make sure people like me were doing that so he could burst in and surprise them. And his giggling asshole producer is under arrest too. So he can fuck right off with Don Lemon. They didn't have a care for interrupting.
Yeah, but the point is that what happened in that church? This is what I don't know. Okay, by an anti-ICE protesters during a Sunday service. Protesters interrupted the service to demonstrate against a church pastor who reportedly served as an acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Okay, demonstrators chanted slogans like "ICE out" and "Justice for Rene Good." Lemon's involvement. While Lemon maintained he was acting strictly as an independent juror. Okay, while Lemon maintained a mob. Okay, federal protesters alleged he knowingly joined a mob. But just that, they just went to give some slogans, or it was something happened. Because basically Megyn Kelly was talking about that a woman, like hands of a woman was broken. I don't know what happened.
That holy moment that the individuals inside that church were probably having with God, with Jesus, with loved ones, praying for the people who are suffering, praying for the people who are hurt, praying for the people they've lost, praying for their kids, praying to God to keep them safe. And in walks Don Lemon with his microphone, shoving it in your pastor's face as that pastor says, "Get out. Get out." And his response is, trauma's part of the process. Trauma's part of it. Being disturbed. As that pastor says, "Get out. Get out." And his response is, trauma's part of the process.
Wow.
Trauma's part of it. Being disturbed is our First Amendment right to disturb you. No, it isn't. That's where you're really wrong.
No, that's true. It's not a part of the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. So, I need more information.
Hi, and thanks for joining us. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon is facing charges of federal civil rights violations in connection with an anti-ICE protest at a Minnesota church earlier this month. The Justice Department has accused him of interfering with the First Amendment rights of churchgoers. Lemon says he was at the demonstration exercising his own First Amendment rights as a journalist. At least 3 others were also arrested. This goes back to January 18th when anti-ICE protesters interrupted services at the city's church in St. Paul. The pastor of the church also serves as an immigration and customs enforcement official. A judge rejected previous attempts to charge Lemon last week. The Justice Department tried again this week, convening a grand jury Thursday. Attorney General Pam Bondi posted on social media after the announcement of Lemon's arrest.
Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership and this administration, you have the right to worship freely and safely. And if I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez joins us now from Los Angeles. Can you walk us back a bit about how we got here and what the Justice Department is?
So it seems that he's in trouble.
Accusing Lemon of?
Well, Lindsay, you have to start back on January 18th on that Sunday service at the city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota, that turned into a protest over immigration. The service was interrupted. The scene there turned loud and confrontational. Don Lemon says that he was there to report. The government says that he was part of a coordinated disruption. Now, before Lemon was arrested, a federal judge in Minnesota refused to approve an arrest warrant, saying that federal prosecutors had not shown enough evidence to justify an arrest. That same judge also noted that Lemon and his producer were being treated as protesters without proof that they had done anything illegal. Prosecutors ended up appealing, but the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals did not change the ruling. So prosecutors went around that to a grand jury, and after that arrest, the Attorney General Pam Bondi spoke out saying that this case is about protecting the right to worship and not about silencing the press.
Another independent journalist, Georgia Fort, was also arrested but released earlier. Why was she released, and have we heard from her?
Yeah, Georgia Fort was released after a judge determined that she did not need to remain in custody as the case moves forward. The court found that she was not a flight risk and did not pose a danger, clearing the way for her release under standard conditions. After walking out, Fort was very emotional, as you can imagine, saying that the experience was terrifying and exhausting, but that she stands by her innocence. She also believes that this case will ultimately collapse and ended up thanking family, friends, and supporters who have been by her side.
What have we heard from Lemon and his lawyers?
Well, Lemon and his legal team insist that he is being targeted for his job as a journalist. His attorney calls the case an unprecedented attack on the First Amendment.
Okay, so basically, the situation is a bit difficult. I don't know. So I'm very curious to what will happen in the court finally, how they will judge about it.
Don. About 30 seconds after the protest begins in the middle of the service, he details, of course, as we know now, knowing the protesters were there, about this pastor, not the one who was actually delivering the service, but a different one, apparently being a member of ICE. He knew that. Okay, he knew that that was the reason for the protest. He knew because he was in on it. He was kissing the organizer of the protest before it happened. He knew they were going to it. He knew everything. There wasn't a piece of this whole thing that Don Lemon wasn't in on in advance. And obviously, he had no problem with any of it. Watch.
More seats. We do have some seats available in the sides here. The train set a few seats open. Seats up here as well.
This is video from outside. You can hear the pastor. And there it is.
Hey, Meta,
There's
record.
Nakima. Yeah, and there's Don.
So activists are now in the church.
Don's inside while this is happening.
They
We're seeing this
protesting,
producer fixing the
surrounded the
camera
church
outside.
on the inside.
Don's narrating from inside.
They have found out that one of the pastors that
Oh my God.
In goes his producer.
here in the city and the area.
He's having some
So this is a
trouble.
clandestine mission. I think they found out one of, according to them, this is according to Operation Pull Up, that one of the pastors here is a member of ICE.
The real cause of heartburn is often misunderstood.
Heartburn is actually called.
Oh, how'd you know that, Don? Wow. Seems like you might have had advance notice of everything. Where the church was, which church it was, when the service was happening, who the priest was or the minister, and what his connections were outside of it. It seems like you kind of knew a lot. It feels a little bit more like more than just, oh, gee, I had no idea I showed up where Nakima told me, and then I just followed her inside.
Yeah,
you
for
knew
sure
everything.
For sure he knew what was going on. And they are disrupted praying, that which is a right in USA. So I think the case can be complicated. I'm very curious what will going on about that. Okay, so maybe I can get. Okay, I might
Michael
get more
Knowles,
information
your
about
thoughts on Don Lemon being taken away in handcuffs.
When I got the news, I was sitting down for my show this morning. I pulled a Mayflower cigar out of my cigar box. I lit it up. I'm a simple man. The feds arrest Don Lemon. I light a cigar. This is, without any qualification, a wonderful thing to happen. It is good for society. It is good for law and order. It's even good for Don Lemon because the guy is clearly very messed up.
Oh, yeah.
Look, all the public stories about Murph's Bar in Sag Harbor, and the guy's got a lot of problems, okay? And this is good. He needs to be rehabilitated. He's got a lot of issues. He needs to be corrected. But it's really important because the biggest impediment, I think, to our having a good, orderly society in recent years has been the establishment media. They're the ones who lie. They're the ones who push their radical policies. They're the ones who protect the horrible politicians. And they've gotten away with it. And what this arrest signifies is that you can't just go about and commit crimes and then claim journalism as a defense. The idea that Don Lemon could, by all evidence, conspire with this mob, he said, I know a little secret, I know what we're about to do, go in there, violate federal law, the FACE Act notably, deprive people of their rights, and then say, no, I have a camera while I did it. I mean, that would be like saying you go over, you murder your enemy, you shoot him 5 times in the head, and you say, no, you can't arrest me, I was going to write an article about it later. That's not a defense. And so I'm pleased by the arrest. Now what's very important is we need the serious charges, and we need him to be found guilty. He needs to actually serve time for this. Pro-life grannies served years in the clink for praying at abortion clinics because of FACE Act violations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Just praying. I think even in UK, they arrested someone who were just outside of the abortion center, and he was just praying.
Don Lemon needs to serve double that. What he did is much, much worse than what the pro-life grannies did. So the fear here is if he gets off the hook, it'll be good for him. It'll put us in a worse position than we were in the beginning. But that's not an excuse to do nothing. You just have to push ahead. This guy needs to face consequences.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. They take forever to learn.
I totally agree with that. I agree with every word. I know some people are worried about making him a martyr. That's not the point. He violated the law. It's all there. It's right on camera. It's really not even ambiguous. And people claiming that it is are activists or political hacks. And the point is, is justice going to apply to both sides or isn't it? If the grannies have to go to jail for the abortion clinics, Don Lemon has to go to jail for the church. Sorry, them's the breaks.
I guess the question you would have to ask the people who are defending Don Lemon or saying that he's a martyr or something like that is, okay, did he violate the law? Just try to figure out, I guess, if they actually defend the FACE Act. By the way, I think the FACE Act is horrible. It obviously only exists to protect abortionists and
it's always been used on the abortion
clinics.
That's
all it's for. And but to get it passed, they had to also carve out protections for churches. Now, I think churches could be protected in plenty of other ways that don't involve the FACE Act, but just get the people who are defending him to ask, okay, did he violate the FACE Act? I think anybody who's being even slightly honest here has to admit, yes, he did that. And so then get them to...
Okay, I don't know what is the FACE Act rule. I'm going to check it. Okay, freedom of access to clinic entrances is a federal law. And their right to religious freedom at places of worship. Okay. Access to reproductive health centers and their right to religious freedom at places of worship. Okay, using force or the threat of force to intentionally injure, intimidate, interferes with a person seeking or providing reproductive health center. Physical obstructions, intentionally blocking an entrance to a facility to prevent access. Okay, I will see.
To admit the next principle, which is, okay, well, why should he get off the hook? And they'll say, well, because he's a journalist. And you say, so journalists have immunity to commit any crime that they want? I don't think that's a principle of American law. I don't know, Megan. I didn't go to law school, but I don't think that's a part of our law or our jurisprudence. So then on what grounds is he to be defended? And the only grounds is, well, those dirty Christians had it coming. Those white people in Minnesota who, that ICE agent that they said was being harbored in the church, they had it coming, and it's okay to break the law if it punishes our political enemies. And I think if you scratch the left on this far enough, that's what you're going to get to, which is a preposterous argument. I hope it comes to a consequence, because Don Lemon right now must be feeling either that he's in trouble, he might actually go to the clink, or he might say, well, great, this is act 2 of my career. My career was in the doldrums. Now I've got a lot of attention, which is obviously what I was craving. And so the stakes are very high. The DOJ is in a slightly tough position here, because I think they really need to come through.
I think they do too. And good for them for swinging for the fences on it, because there were a lot of pressure on them from the left not to touch anybody who calls themselves a journalist. And they blew through that, understanding that this is a serious before and after moment going into a church and doing this. And you've got Lemon. I just played the soundbite, Michael. Here's the transcript of it, of what he said on camera to inside the church.
Okay, so until now, I know that he knew about the plan, it seems, and they obstructed a place of worship. So, but still, I don't know if it is enough that to be condemned. I'm not sure. I will see if I get more information.
Said, quoting, "You can protest at any time." He says there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. No, but there are time, place, and manner restrictions that have been upheld under case law interpreting the Constitution for decades. So he says you can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, to disrupt. It's to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. Right? Oh, you too, Don. You're about to sacrifice your freedom to have disrupted and to have been made the people feel uncomfortable. You have to make people uncomfortable, he says, in these times. You see how uncomfortably and how harsh people are being treated on the streets. So you have to be willing to go into places and disrupt and make people uncomfortable. That is what this country is about. He is completely in solidarity with the protesters. He's making their case on camera to encourage it. He's arguing with the pastor about how this is necessary and he should take it. Honestly, I have to tell you, Michael, this is very creepy, but to me, his whole trauma is part of it, and you have to make people uncomfortable. That's all part of it. He sounds to me like a weird sexual assaulter talking to his victim. This is part of it. It's the trauma's part of it. Just take it. Just get used to it.
Well,
just lie back and take it.
Given some of the other allegations against Don Lemon, I guess that's probably par for the course. I think your observation here, Megan, is key. What the defense is going to claim is that he was a passive observer, a reporter committing an act of journalism. And all of the evidence we have is that he was not a passive observer. He was an active participant. He didn't just stumble onto this news story. He rode up there with the criminals, with the mob. He knew what they were going to do ahead of time. He participated in that. As you point out, he made their case for them on air. He's also on camera giving them coffee and donuts in solidarity.
Oh, we have that.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Well, let me show that, Michael. Good point. We haven't shown that yet. Here it is.
You want some coffee? Thank you. Anybody want some coffee? You're welcome. Yeah, good.
We're out here just helping.
Good. You want some?
I'm good, thank you.
Want any coffee?
Thank you.
You guys want any coffee?
I'm good, thank you.
What about you, brother?
Appreciate what
you
you're
good?
doing, Don.
Okay, thank you.
You good?
Yeah, we're
You're
good, thank you.
You're good?
Thank you, Don.
All right. I'm here. You guys want some? You don't want to wash that down with anything?
Okay. Oh my God.
In all my years covering the Westboro Baptist Church or Code Pink or the Women's March, I never joined Michael Knowles. Never. I never served coffee, donuts. I never said good when they were telling me about their plans. Never.
Yeah. I think Don Lennon, I'd make a little bit the condition complicated for himself. So basically, you know, from what I'm saying, he wasn't just a journalist. For sure, he wasn't a journalist only. Just go getting the report. He was basically, he knew about the plan. He agreed about the plan. He was satisfied. And at the end, it seems he was completely okay with what happened. I don't know. He was giving the donuts and the coffee before or after the plan. I'm not sure. But basically, he wasn't just a journalist. But from the view of the law, I don't know if it can be considered as a crime or not.
Never gave them any assistance or aid whatsoever because that would be crossing an ethical line for a journalist.
Of course. I've never even given
years covering the Westboro Baptist Church or Code Pink or the Women's March. I never joined Michael Knowles. Never. I never served coffee, donuts. I never said good when they were telling me about their plans. Never. I never gave them any assistance or aid whatsoever because that would be crossing an ethical line for a journalist.
Of course. I've never even given coffee and donuts to the subjects that I interview that I like, much less the ones that I don't like. I mean,
to the staff of the Michael Knowles
certainly
Show.
not. You kidding me? Absolutely. We run a tight ship around here. This is so above and beyond. And by the way, it is incriminating. I know Don Lemon wanted to get some great clips out of this, and he did. He went viral for it. But this is incriminating because it shows that he is an active participant here. And I would go even further. You know, if Don Lemon were really pressed on this, I would put it back on him and say, well, hold on, so you're not in solidarity with the protesters? Because obviously the whole reason that he's there is to express this solidarity, to suck up to an audience that is promoting political violence and violations of federal law and undermining other federal law like immigration enforcement. So I'd put him in this position and say, hold on, you've been on camera now for weeks talking about how you stand with these people. Now that's put you in legal hot water because it impelled you to commit a crime. And so now you're going to try to say you don't stand with these people. Which one is it? He can't have it both ways. You've been on camera now for weeks talking about how you stand with these people. Now that's put you in legal hot water because it impelled you to commit a crime. And so now you're going to try to say you don't stand with these people. Which one is it? He can't have it both ways. I think he just got a little too far out ahead of his skis. He was upset that he lost his career in cable news, and he wanted to try to make his bones in new media. Not everyone is that good at it. Not everyone can pull a Megyn Kelly and go from TV to new media and then dominate new media too. Don Lemon was basically pushed to the side of the media world. He saw this as his opening, and he got a little too excited, and he committed a very serious federal crime.
I think it's kind of true because I believe that he wanted to attract attention, and it was a good opportunity. He found that it's a good opportunity to become in the trend, become viral by this act. And the problem is that he put himself on the spot and probably acted a crime. I don't know, but okay. So basically, it was I think the last one of the Sundays. I don't know. It was the 18th. Yes, the 18th. So yesterday, I believe he was arrested. I'm not sure.
That's the problem for Don Lemon. If he had stayed on that sidewalk, this wouldn't be happening to him. But he didn't. He joined the mob. He disrupted the service. He got in the face of the pastor and other parishioners. He was told to leave. He refused. He's in a lot of trouble. And it's not because President Trump doesn't like Don Lemon. Trust me, there are many other journalists, ones who actually have power, unlike Don Lemon, who President Trump would love to take out, but doesn't. This isn't about any vendetta against Lemon. He would have been picking on him and trying to get him fired from CNN. He would have been like actively interfering in Don's life long before this. This is about what Don Lemon chose to do and who he chose to target. I want to give you a flavor for what we're hearing from the insane left. Jim Acosta. This is outrageous and cannot stand. I know you really wanted to ask. You're asking yourself, what is Jim?
Every morning I wake
Jim
up.
Acosta.
What does Jim think? Please.
What? If he could set the standards of journalism for me, then I could finally proceed with my day. This is outrageous and cannot stand. The First Amendment is under attack in America. Julie K. Brown, who did a good job breaking the Epstein story, but is a partisan hack. She's gone we covered Epstein. We have covered Epstein just as aggressively as anybody, especially like the substantive allegations against Epstein. We asked her to come on many times to just explain them from the beginning of the launch of this show all the way. She'll never come on. She will not appear because she only wants to talk about it in front of left-wing hacks. First, they came here, we covered Epstein. We have covered Epstein just as aggressively as anybody, especially like the substantive allegations against Epstein. We asked her to come on many times to just explain them from the beginning of the launch of this show all the way. She'll never come on. She will not appear because she only wants to talk about it in front of left-wing hacks. First, they came story, but is a partisan hack. She's gone we covered Epstein. We have covered Epstein just as aggressively as anybody, especially like the substantive allegations against Epstein. We asked her to come on many times to just explain them from the beginning of the launch of this show all the way. She'll never come on. She will not appear because she only wants to talk about it in front of left-wing hacks. First, they came for the journalists. We don't know what happened after that. Hashtag free Don Lemon. Here's John Favreau from the Pod Save Group. Do we think Newsom's DOJ will start with the Megyn Kelly and Matt Walsh types, or just make it more efficient by raiding Fox and arresting everyone? Then there's Lulu Garcia of the New York Times. OMG. I never thought I'd see this in America. Journalist Don Lemon arrested after protests that disrupted Minnesota church service. I mean, I'm surprised she didn't see this happen because it happened to the tune of 5 or 6 journalists who were arrested after January 6th, which wasn't that long ago. It did happen. I guess she just didn't think that one was as interesting.
I hope this becomes a referendum on the First Amendment. I hope so. That's what the left wants to make it because they think that the facts are on their side. They're not. This is a little bit of a hobby horse of mine. I wrote a whole book called Speechless about the limits of the First Amendment and our free speech tradition. A lot of people who are going out, blocking traffic, obstructing law enforcement, driving SUVs into cops, they think that all of that activity is protected by some right to protest. It is not. That's nowhere in the First Amendment. That's nowhere in our legal tradition. We have the right to peaceably assemble. We have the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. That's why we have to do so in an orderly way. There are licenses that you have to, permits that you have to receive.
Right.
You know, that's what it's for, and that all of that is protected. When it comes to journalism, when it comes to freedom of speech, we have broad freedom of speech in the country, but there's a lot of speech that's not protected. Speech like obscenity, speech like direct threats, speech like fighting words, and so on. You cannot use free speech as a justification to commit additional crimes.
Yeah, this is for sure. I mean, this is the fact that even hated speech is protected by the Constitution. But yeah, there are some limits for sure to it.
You cannot claim that your status as a journalist, whatever that means in the era of the citizen journalist and of the new media, gives you some kind of blanket immunity to.
Yeah, this is for sure, but I'm going to see Asmongold.
And Taryn Jean Cruz, I don't know who the fuck.
Okay. At my direction, early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon. Okay. 4 people.
these people are in connection on. Now he is totally fucked. So let's go ahead. We pull up some more of this here. And at my direction, this is it. At my direction, early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon. And Taryn Jean Cruz, I don't know who the fuck these people are, in connection with a coordinated attack on Cities Church, St. Paul, Minnesota. More details soon. So CNN is obviously crying and upset about this because, you know, it's going to make them look bad. It's scaring them. I think that's good. I want them to be scared. They should be scared. They've been peddling bullshit for a long time, and maybe now they'll be held accountable.
I don't know, but the only reason, just because he was a journalist and he had a camera, it doesn't mean that people should just being scared or get a defensive position about the First Amendment and the right of the journalism, because it wasn't basically journalism just until now. The video that I've been seeing, and the story that has been told, it doesn't seem to me that he was there only for journalism. For sure, he was okay with that. He was maybe somehow participated. He knew prior to this act about the plan. So it doesn't seem to me journalism. So I don't know if he can be, you know, in the court. He will be face some charges and he will be punished for that. I don't know that. I don't know the law, but if it seems, if as someone that I'm basically, I'm in neutral position, I'm in the middle, I don't get a side, but it seems to me he could have some rules, some participation in that. So I think it might be okay that FBI, the police arrested him, so he will face correct and fair justice. So if it's not committed any crime, so he will be free. That's okay.
I've been waiting on this for a while. And you remember also when all these people are saying about how much they care about like freedom of press and everything like that, and First Amendment. Remember how many of them were happy whenever Fox got sued for a bunch of money with the Dominion voting machines? Remember that? And then they were happy when Tucker Carlson got taken off the air. Never forget that there's no ideology, there's no guiding principle to this at all. It's just people making a bunch of bullshit and saying whatever the hell they want. So yeah, it's going to limit their journalism opportunities. Well, maybe he can do journalism in jail. How about that? And Matt Walsh, he right about this. Listen to this. I'm very happy that Don Lemon was arrested, but here's one extremely important caveat now that it has to be done. He has to be convicted and sent to prison for an extended length of time. If he is not convicted or seriously punished, then this whole thing is an unequivocal win for him. It makes him a martyr and 10 times more famous with no significant consequence. Lemon was totally irrelevant prior to this. No one watched his show or even knew that he was still alive. Now he's relevant again. He'll almost certainly get another job on cable news on the heels of this. The only way to make this a win for the good guys is to punish him severely. Make the reward of fame and martyrdom not worth the cost. You got somebody else letting him know. Oh, he just letting him know. There it is. Oh my God. Kind of true.
So, I mean, if you won't do that, then you never should have arrested him. I don't know, it's a complicated case. It's not that he goes and they punish him. It depends on the judge, what judge thinks, and maybe the jury.
Oh, it is. It is true. Like, this is exactly how you need to handle this shit. And I'm so happy to see this. I am. And he won't unless they arrest the people in that church. Well, I mean, I think so. We'll see what happens, though. I have no idea. And how did I become the face of this? You did it on purpose to be relevant? Yeah. If you won't do that, then you never should have arrested him. Exactly. Like, you should absolutely go after this dude as hard as you can. And so I'm hopefully, and then you have this stupid bitch. Listen to this. They arrested Don Lemon. This is horrifying. I don't care what your political beliefs or leanings are. What journalism outlet you represent, this absolutely cannot stand. Well, it sure seems like it can. Sure seems like it can. How about that? What a surprise. So, man, what a profound statement from Matt Walsh. Great job. I mean, usually, I don't really listen to a lot of things he says, but I agree with that one. I'll tell you that for sure. And Lemon will milk it either way. How are you going to milk it if he's in jail, man? Yeah, how's he going to do that if he's already in jail? So it's that simple. Hassan's banned. I will look at in a bit. I'll look at why Hassan got banned and everything. Early this morning, they arrested 4 individuals. More to come. I'd like to see more to come. Banned and everything. Early this morning. They arrested 4 individuals. More to come. I like to see more to come. I like this. I like to hear that a lot. And yeah, this needs to get a lot better. Oh, video shows federal.
Footage surrounding the home of the Minnesota leftist activist Georgia Ford, who as a journalist while attacking.
Agents surrounding the home of Minnesota leftist activist Georgia Fort, who masqueraded as a journalist while attacking St. Paul Church. Turn up.
Yes.
Oh, what's wrong? Knock, knock.
Okay.
Knock, knock. Open up. It's the police. It's the police. Get your slippers on.
Okay, well, this is really scary. There's kids in the house. You guys have not been really friendly in the community. And to me...
Shut up, bitch. Get down there. Shut up.
This seems a little... Can I finish, sir? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Get your phone.
This seems a little bit...
That's nice, Karen. Now come down here so we can arrest you. Okay, are you done talking? Great. All right. Come on down. It's time to arrest you.
Aggressive to have all these cars in our cul-de-sac.
That's right.
2, 3
That's right. You shouldn't have fucked around.
Agents, and now I saw the one disappear to the back.
Shouldn't have fucked around. Shouldn't have done it.
So to me, this is a little aggressive to just serve a warrant.
That's crazy.
What do you mean aggressive? They haven't done anything yet. Just by coming there, it's aggressive. So if they have a warrant to arrest you, so what? How they arrest you if they don't come?
So now you see how they like to move the goalposts.
I don't understand. What was aggressive? They are outside. They didn't break the door. They haven't came inside with force. At least until that time of the video.
So at the beginning they said, oh, well, they're just black bagging people and they don't even have warrants and they don't even know who they're arresting. Now they do have a warrant and it's like, oh, well, now you're being too mean with the warrant. Oh, my God. They don't even have warrants and they don't even know who they're just crazy. So now
this something very funny.
Aggressive to just serve a warrant.
That's crazy. So now you see how they like to move the goalposts. At the beginning they said, oh, well, they're just black bagging people and they don't even have warrants and they don't even know who they're arresting. Now they do have a warrant and it's like, oh, well, now you're being too mean with the warrant. Oh, now the warrant's too aggressive. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure.
Too aggressive?
Oh, they bust the door
Slide
in?
the warrant. Let me see the warrant.
Can you imagine being a police officer having to deal with this shit? You imagine that?
What's that? She's talking with interphone?
It's like, bitch, just come outside. Like, you know there is no way this ends with you not going outside. Like, just go outside.
And that, to me, what I have been told, is not a judicial warrant that has me to have to open the door.
Was she running? There's no way this ends.
She's there.
Come outside.
Who is
you imagine that?
Okay.
It's like, bitch, just come outside. Like, you know there is no way this ends with you not going outside. Like, just go outside.
And that, to me, what I have been told, is not a judicial warrant that has me to have to open the door.
Was she running away? Oh, you know what I think this is? I think so because she obviously is the one that uploaded this. So think about it like this, right? She didn't upload the rest of it because the rest of it probably makes her look bad. So the only thing that she did is she released the only part. It starts out and there's a cop in a mask at the door right here. Like, it never showed how it happened. She never said anything about how this happened. So it just starts right there. And, like, it's so easy. She's going to get in her car and run. The poor cat was probably traumatized. Maybe they should arrest the cat, too. Fuck, man. Like, you got to go. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, who knows what that cat knows? You know, maybe she was talking and conspiracizing with the cat. You think about that? Yeah, no, everybody says don't arrest the cat. All right. We got a bunch of animal lovers in chat. All right, nobody wants to arrest the cat. We're not ready for that yet. But, yeah, it's illegal in Canada. Yeah, it's just unbelievable, man. And why is he wearing a mask? Why he wearing a mask is simple, because people like this, they go, she's a public figure, and she is part of an organization that likes to harass and dox federal agents and then try to harass their families. So, like, if you're a federal agent, like, do you want to be dealing with that? Fuck no, you don't want to be dealing with that. Absolutely not. It's cold. Well, I'm saying maybe it's also cold too. I mean, I think it makes it better. But yeah, it's cold outside. Maybe that's why she didn't want to go outside. Do you think Don Lemon plays high guard? Yeah, he's probably. Maybe they should do that. Maybe he has to like get the highest rank in high guard, and then we'll let him. We'll let him out of jail. How about that? And Don Lemon
wonders why people are saying that. So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship.
Yeah.
Well, look why people are saying.
We'll let him out of jail. How about that? And Don Lemon
wonders why people are saying that. So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship.
Yeah.
Well.
So I don't think until now it's like a form of dictatorship. It might be crime. I don't know. I mean, I think the Trump administration, they did a really obvious act that's significant. It can't turn back to them because if they arrested him, and now everyone are watching him. So if he be free by the judge, if the judge don't convict him, so it can be very complicated because for them it can damage the administration. It can. The point is that the John Lennon, after that, he will be more famous. This for sure. No one actually was paying attention to him, and after that, if they fail, governments to put him into jail, he will be very famous. And by the way, I don't think it's necessarily something against First Amendment. Until now, it seems that he was participating. I don't know, according to the law, he will be punished or not.
Look at the landscape.
Okay, all right, let's see the landscape.
Arresting Don Lemon, who covered a protest in.
What does that have to do with the dictatorship? These are like two separate things. They're two totally separate things. Like a dictatorship is no checks and balances and no separation of powers.
Yeah.
Don Lemon was indicted by a grand jury. So, okay.
It's true. It's nonsense. It's not the dictatorship. It's true. If you face the Don Lemon, he will face a fair court. So there is nothing about the dictatorship.
We got to go back to the basics, okay? You've got three of these. Okay, this is the way the government works, right? You have the executive branch, the judicial branch.
Okay, just lost it.
So you've got. We got to go back to the. So. Okay. We got to go back to the basics, okay? So you've got 3 of these. Okay, this is the way the government works, right? You have the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch.
Yep.
Okay, so the grand jury is the judicial branch. Okay, you see that? That's the grand jury, and then the executive branch going after them. So this is they're not mad about the separation of. They're mad they're losing. You see what I'm saying? That's it.
Minneapolis is just insane, ridiculous, dictator-like.
How does that have anything to do with being a dictator? Like, I don't even understand. Like, you just saying words now. We're just saying words.
There are many journalists, news outlets, and many people they are criticizing like Trump administration. With freedom. In a dictatorship, you cannot do that. In a dictatorship, if you say anything against the leader, the president, for lifetime, he will face huge consequences. So about Don Lennon, they try to saying him that he's in the front line of freedom of speech, but basically he might passes some the limits, because in freedom of speech also there is some limits, and he might already passes that line. So I think it's not necessarily wrong to check it. Why it's okay if they want to check it in the court. He can defend himself, and the dictatorship you cannot defend yourself basically.
Is the playbook that
It's the playbook that dictators like who? Like Hitler?
use to
Like
destroy
Germany, Nazi
democracies
Germany.
and take the will of the people away.
That's right, guys. Whenever somebody gets arrested for interrupting a church service, that's exactly what dictators do.
It is as simple as that.
Yeah.
The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It is considered the preferred amendment when you have to start balancing what's more important. The framers of the Constitution.
I mean, I agree with that, but you just made that up, right? I mean, you just made that up. Like, nobody agreed with that. I mean, I think you need the Second Amendment to have the first. I would say the Second Amendment's probably the most important one. Like, realistically, it's the Second Amendment.
Constitution knew that a free press was essential to a democracy. Without a free press, you don't have a democracy. And it's real clear that Donald Trump and company doesn't want a free press.
By the way, like, you can have a democracy without free press. So democracy just means that everybody gets to vote. Like, these are two things on a different spectrum.
No.
Like, I feel like it means that everybody gets free. By the way, like, you can have a democracy without free press. So democracy just means that everybody gets to vote.
What? No, not necessarily. No, I don't agree, because you cannot. It seems that democracy and like voting freely and free press are two different things, but they are very related. I do not agree. If there is anything, if there is any example, people can show me. But no, in the democracy, freedom of news, it's something very basic. You cannot, if the government don't let a free press, for sure they do not also let a free election. They are very associated to each other, because there is no reason to let journalists talk against you, because in the free press, so you are allowed to say whatever you want. The dictators don't like that they get challenged by that. When there is a freedom of speech, when a journalism can't say openly what they think about the reality, the corruption that might happen in the governments, so basically it will damage the governments, and for the election they might lose votes and someone else can get the power. So there are two things completely related to each other. I do not agree with Asmongold about that.
Like, these are two things on a different spectrum. Like, I feel like, yeah, there's a correlation, obviously, but, like, you're just making... Why do you just go on here and just say shit? Who just goes on here and says shit? Why they do this? Why they just go on and say shit?
Press. The idea that a journalist, which Don Lemon has been for 30 years, would walk into a church.
Should have known better. Should have known better. Had 30 years experience, still thought he'd get away with it. Should have known a lot better.
And
Big
film
mistake.
a demonstration which is of national interest. And then to say, somehow, when you watch the video, they say he's part of the protest. Watch that video.
Yeah.
He is covering the protest.
Right.
He is covering it. That's what journalists do.
Right.
I covered riots. I was a local reporter in Los Angeles for 15 years, and I covered riots and floods. And
this game, you're not ready.
So this is a stupid argument. Let's break it down. So, number one, if you are with the people that are breaking the law and your active presence there is also breaking the law, then you being a journalist doesn't solve, it doesn't serve any purpose.
So basically, he knew about also the plan. So they were. So the FACE Act, this is a law. It supports the place of worship to continue their activities without interruption. So the riots, the act of demonstration that he's presenting, they went inside and they interrupted that. So basically, this is for sure, they interrupted, they acted a crime. This is for sure. The question is that if Don Lemon knew if he is also participating or not, from my point of view, he knew that, and he was participating somehow. He was very okay with that. He wasn't just covering it as a journalism, independent journalism. He was, I think that even he was told to leave the church, but he rejected. I don't know really if it was a crime or not, but what the TMZ is basically, this man is saying, is exaggerating. It's not a dictatorship. It's not the same as going and do your journalism job and getting the report, get the reports, producing reports for the different demonstration manifestations. It's different.
So a rioter, like, if, like, let's say the police issue an order for dispersal and then a press person doesn't leave, that press person will probably get arrested or made to leave by the police. So this entire idea, this is a complete false equivalency, because really any journalist can cover something, but their presence in the area categorically being a crime does not, like, their journalism activity does not override that. You see what I'm saying here? So, like, for example, if you're there recording a riot, you're not breaking the law. But if you're there inside of a private residence with somebody else, then you are breaking the law. It's so obvious. Really, it's so obvious. Like, I mean, I don't know why. And this is what the people just love to. They love making up bullshit, don't they? Why do they always make up bullshit? Why don't they just say that? Why don't they just say what it is? I don't get this. A church is different. That would give TMZ the right to go harass a famous person in church. Exactly. Of course, a church is different because it's private property. Yeah, like a riot is something that is.
I didn't know the church is a private property or public property. Okay. Oh, so okay. So that's, until now I thought it's the public property, but now about the point that he was asked to leave the area and he rejected. So basically, it's a complete. Now it seems the situation more it's not in favor of Don Lemon. In the United States, a church is private property, while many churches are open to the public for services. They are not government-owned and maintain the legal rights of a private owner. Okay, so I just checked something else. Okay, yes, okay, so was Don Lennon told to leave the church and he rejected? Yes, according to the federal indictment unsealed on January 13th, the pastor of the church specifically asked Don Lemon and the other defendants to leave, but they allegedly ignored their request. Asked them to leave. The group responded, church administrator and protesters state the group was asked to leave unless they were there to worship. The group reportedly claimed they were worshipping and remained inside. They weren't worshipping for sure. Okay, the physical obstruction, the indictment further claims that Lemon posted himself at the main door and physically obstructed congregants who were trying to exit the building. Yeah. Okay. It depends. Okay, the act basically the situation is complicated for Lemon. However, a judge citing that sufficient evidence. I don't know what evidence they have, but we will see. However, until now, it seems to me that they were acting a crime.
Again, that is a distinction made by the police. It's not something that's categorical like private property. It's an opinion. And again, that is a distinction made by the police. It's not something that's categorical like private property. Why don't they just say that? Why don't they just say what it is? I don't get this. The church is different. That would give TMZ the right to go harass a famous person in church. Exactly. Of course the church is different because it's private property. Yeah, like a riot is something that is, again, that is a distinction made by the police. It's not something that's categorical like private property. It's an opinion.
And earthquakes and all sorts of things where I had to step into areas where there were police, where there was activity, private property. When you're covering
If a journalist is in front of a crime scene and they step inside under the yellow tape and they say, well, I'm going to record the body up close because I'm a press journalist and I can go and do whatever I want, would they get arrested? Of course they'd get arrested. What are you, fucking retarded? This is the most dishonest, brain dead, dumb fuck argument that I've ever even heard. It doesn't even make sense.
An event like this, like a protest, which I've covered many, you step into it. And that's what journalists do. And that's what Don Lemon did.
Yeah, no, it's not the same. It's different. I think they are dishonest to try to make similarities between the two different conditions. No, that's not the same.
The idea that the Justice Department is saying he walked onto private property, that is insane. A church invites everybody in.
No.
Now we get into these. This is like, hey, let me subvert your religion. Let me weaponize your religion against you so I can rationalize harassing you while
you cannot go to the church for whatever reasons. It's only a place for worship, and they were not worshiping for sure.
You're trying to go to mass. Yeah, hey, I don't believe in your religion, but I'm going to use it against you so I can rationalize harassing you. The church is supposed to do... What are you talking about, it's supposed to do this?
I used to say, if I hear AI one more time, I'm going to lose it. But Monday.com is...
This is crazy. They went in there to worship.
Yeah, for sure.
Have you ever seen a church with a no trespassing sign saying no journalism?
Yeah, I mean, all the time. Like, what's the logic here? Let's go ahead. Let's apply this again. If you break into a church at 2 a.m. and you're living inside of the church and they tell you that you can't live there, and they call the police, should they be able to do that? Should anybody be able to break into a church and live there and they can't do anything about it? Like, there's no logic. There's no thinking at all. It's just all fucking, it's just bullshit propaganda. It's so stupid. It's unbelievable.
Allowed? Have you ever seen any house of worship that says that? It is insane.
Yeah, they all say that. That's why they lock their doors. You break into a church. Go break into a church. You don't believe. He doesn't even believe this. If you actually believe this, go break into a church. Go break into a church at 2 a.m. Go break into your local mosque. Break into your local mosque at 2 a.m. And then just put bring a tent. Bring maybe some, I don't know, like some hamburgers so you can grill out there. And why don't you start living there? Yeah, see what happens.
I tried a ton of AI work tools. Then I tried Monday.com. Game over.
Insane.
Bring bacon? Yeah.
That they're making this stupid argument transparent. And yet, a grand jury indicted.
That's right. You know why they indicted? Because they're looking at the law, and you're looking at fucking rhetoric. He's using rhetoric.
Don Lemon, after a magistrate...
What a professional retard. Try that in a small mosque. True.
What?
Try that in a small mosque. True. This guy's lacking all logic. Yeah, that guy's out of his fucking mind. Separation of church and state was to protect the church from the state, not the other way around. Well, yeah, obviously, but it should be both ways. I don't want to have the church being making decisions for the government. I don't want to have the government making decisions for the church.
Magistrate said there is insufficient evidence. Well, a grand jury will indict anybody because Don Lemon doesn't appear before the grand jury. Abby Lowell, his lawyer, does.
So let's just, you know what? This is a great point. Let's not take grand jury indictments seriously. That's a great idea. No, it's a good point. Yeah. You know what?
Okay, grand jury indictment. Okay, wait.
No, jury indictment seriously. That's a great idea. No, it's a good point. Yeah. You know what? Nothing says dictatorship and respecting democracy like ignoring the legal system. Yes.
Doesn't appear before the grand jury.
Wow, that was fast.
The Justice Department says what the Justice Department wants the grand jury to believe, and almost every time they believe it. It's all the way it's skewed. This is a ridiculous assault. All the way what the Justice Department wants the grand jury to believe, and almost every time they believe it. It's all the way it's skewed. This is a ridiculous assault. And I don't want to say just on the First Amendment. It's a ridiculous assault on democracy. Trump administration should be ashamed.
It's not democracy. We should not abuse a democracy. Democracy is not doing whatever you want.
Ashamed of itself, but they're not. And they will continue to do this.
Hopefully it gets worse. Hopefully this is only the beginning.
And they are going after journalists. They're getting search warrants for their homes.
That's right.
It is obvious what's happening.
Again, it's an attack on democracy, and whenever you use two separate branches of the government in order to work towards people that are potentially breaking the law by having a court-ordered, judge-approved search warrant for their homes. Yeah, that's another crazy one, huh? How about that? Wow.
Happening in this country, people. Look at what is happening. You're going to look back in 2 years if somebody doesn't stand up to them, and I know people are now, but you're going to look back in 2 years and say, wow, we didn't see that coming. Well, Neville Chamberlain.
Neville Chamberlain, this is appeasement. You're going to use the Nazis. Oh my God, you're actually going to do it.
Chamberlain. Okay, what is Chamberlain? I don't know that about it. Chamberlain. Chamberlain. Okay, Chamberlain typically refers to one of two men who had significant, vastly different connection to Nazi's regime. Oh, he was a British-born philosopher. Oh, I didn't know that. Humanist said, wow. Aryan, okay. Semitism. Okay, and yeah. So Chamberlain. So what's the association him to the situation?
Neville Chamberlain. This is a.
But you're going to look back in 2 years and say, wow. We didn't see that coming. Well, Neville Chamberlain.
Neville Chamberlain. This is appeasement. You're going to use the.
Wow. There is completely different things. Oh my God. So amazing. The TMZ is ridiculous. Now he's giving completely different things to each other. They are trying to create a correlation of two different topics. I don't know how he's doing that.
Nazis. Oh my God, you're actually going to do it. You're literally going to. Oh my God.
He
didn't see Hitler taking Poland, I guarantee it.
Saw it coming, and he didn't. And we don't want to be in that position.
That's right, guys. Messaging about the Nazis. What a retard.
Okay. Like, every time they were saying that Trump is Nazis, they are fascism, but they weren't, and now they are still insisting, and we can see that Don Lemon, there's no relationship with Nazism and the governments, the Trump administration, what they are doing. It's not anything related to fascism. They think that he acted a crime, so they asking the judge, they are pursuing him, they are so everything will be clear hopefully in the court.
Oh my God.
So wise up, everybody, because it's obvious what's happening here.
What's wrong with
This
these people?
is
Most
an
brain dead
outrage.
takes ever. I know. It's so fucking embarrassing. Don Lemon been arrested by the DOJ exercising her First Amendment constitutionally. Anybody saying any of this shit? If somebody went to go protest inside of their house, they'd act like it was something different.
Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership and this administration.
She finally did something. You need to do this every day. This is her first day at work. Great. Welcome aboard. This is a good start.
You have the right to worship freely and safely. And if I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
Just being a nasty little bitch causing problems. That's what it is. And he's saying we can raid a church, and if you don't let us, Trump will become a Nazi. Yeah, that's right. You can do anything you want at a church. And me liking every post about Don Lemon being arrested, that's a fact. Yep, there it is, guys. I'm so happy to see this. I am. What'd she say about him?
For his church stunt. You called for Don Lemon's arrest over his church stunt in Minneapolis. He's since called you racist, unhinged, homophobic, and out of your depth.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to say to Don Lemon?
Cocksucker, stop.
Yep. Okay, guys. So I'm going to stop this stream. I will take a rest for now, and maybe in a couple of hours I will come back for doing another stream. At this time, instead of watching videos, I might do some works. I have something, so we can co-working. So